Thank you. Let's keep on upstanding for the prayer. I want to kindly ask Reverend Dr. William Osley, the University Chaplain, to lead us in that session.
In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Almighty ever living God, source of peace, we gather this morning in gratitude as we begin this career and mentorship forum on international relations and diplomacy. We entrust into your hands the scholars, diplomats, leaders, partners, and young people who have come together with a shared desire to build a more just and peaceful world. Awaken in all participants a spirit of courage, integrity, and service. May we grow to become leaders who build bridges between cultures, promote peace among nations, and work tirelessly for the dignity of every human person. Bless the speakers, panelists, mentors, organizers of this forum. Grant them the clarity of mind, generosity of spirit, and openness in dialogue, so that the conversation shared this morning and during this forum may inspire new ideas, meaningful mentorship, and practical pathways for the next generation of diplomats and global leaders for your greater glory. We make our prayer through Christ our Lord. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Thank you, Father, for the open prayer. We want to say that we are very grateful for this occasion. Remember, this is our third conference on international relation and mentorship. And we really appreciate the coming of all of you. With us, we have got our own university choir is in present here. We have Strathmore, feel at home. Tangaza University are also here. ZTech are here. Chuka University. Maybe as I call you, you need to raise your hands so that our guests can see. Then we start Strathmore. Anybody can see Strathmore here from the list? Strathmore. No, Tangaza. Tangaza here. Thank you, clap for them. They are here. ZTech University. I can see them there. Chuka University. All the way from Chuka. I can see you there. Thank you for coming. Welcome to Nairobi. University of Nairobi. Thank you for coming. Desta University. Riara University. Riara, are you here? I cannot see your hands. I don't know if you have registered. Egerton University. Thank you for coming all the way from Nakuru. Chuk. Then we have got MMU. Thank you. USIU. That's very good. So you can see we have got almost 12 universities represented here. So welcome and feel at home where we welcome visitors. To start off, I would like to usher in Dr. Francis Muchoki, the Dean, Faculty of Arts and Social Sciences, to give his introductory remark. Karibu, Dean.
His Excellency, the Ambassador of Indonesia, with Jackson, His Excellency, the Ambassador Erastus Mwencha, former Deputy Chairperson, African Union, DVC Academic and Student Affairs, Professor Nyoki, DVC Research, Innovation, Advancement and Development, Professor Mikey, Dr. Kizito, Chair, International Relations Society of Kenya, the International Relations Society of Kenya, Council members present, Reverend Dr. William Koskei, University Chaplain, Catholic University, Deans, Heads of Department, and Coordinators of Program present, the moderators and panelists of the various panel discussions, university faculty and students from choir and other university sponsors and partners, esteemed guests, faculty, students, and participants, good morning. It is with great pleasure that I welcome you to this career and mentorship forum today. The Faculty of Arts and Social Sciences, the Department of Political Science and International Studies, and the Catholic University feels honored to host this career mentorship forum. This event starts as a statement in our unwavering commitment to bridging the gap between academic pursuits and professional aspirations. Our mission today is to move beyond the classroom theoretical frameworks. Today's career day is more than just a career and workshop forum. It is a statement of our commitment to your professional development. We are honored to have a diverse array of speakers, including industry experts, who will share their experience and insights with students, the future diplomats. While they are going to share today, will serve as a guide as you embark on your own professional endeavors. I encourage each one of you to actively engage with the opportunities presented today. Attend sessions that challenge your perspectives, connect with professionals whose paths inspire you, and reflect on how you can contribute to the evolving complexities of international relations. Engage actively with our esteemed mentors and industry professionals. Absorb the wealth of knowledge they offer and envision how you can shape your future in the dynamic world ahead. I want to conclude my remarks by urging each one of you to seize the opportunities presented today, embrace mentorship, seek guidance, and remain proactive in your career pursuit. Remember, the journey from academia to the professional realm is a collaborative one, and with the right guidance, you'll be successful. Once again, welcome to the Faculty of Arts and Social Sciences, the Department of Political and International Studies, and the Catholic University of Eastern Africa. Thank you, and I wish you a day filled with inspiration, learning, and meaningful connections. Thank you.
Thank you, Dave, for that welcoming remark. Now I want to usher in Dr. Relation Society of Kenya to also give his welcoming remark. Karibu Daktari.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Can you turn to your neighbor and tell him or her, welcome to career and mentorship event. Please do that. Please tell your neighbor, thank you so much. My name is Kizito, and I'm the current chair of the International Relations Society of Kenya, and I want to ride on the protocol, or extensive protocol, by our colleague, Dr. Francis Mchoki, so that I don't repeat it again. I want to take this opportunity to welcome all of you to this event and appreciate you for finding time to come and be with us today. I also want to appreciate our guests who are going to lead us in this open session. On behalf of the International Relations Society of Kenya and our partners, particularly Conrad and Noah Stiftung and the Catholic University of Eastern Africa, please feel welcome to this Mentorship Day today. Today, for those who may not have an idea of what International Relations Society stands for, we bring together scholars in international relations, scholars in diplomacy, scholars in foreign relations, scholars in environmental diplomacy, international law, and all those that speaks to the modern diplomat. And therefore, today's session is one of our key events in our calendar year, where we interact with young Kenyans and scholars who are aspiring to be diplomats. The Indonesian ambassador hinted to me that we also have some young diplomats from Indonesia, and I want to welcome them to today's session. Welcome. Can we give them a, can we welcome them? And please feel at home. So I just have 2 points to say. One is an essence of mentorship and networking. It is important for us as International Relations Society of Kenya to give back to the young Kenyans and try to mentor them to be the next diplomats, because this world relies very much on the young people of today and tomorrow, and there is no other wealth than investing in these young people of today, because they'll be the diplomats of tomorrow, and they'll be having an opportunity to listen to the experienced diplomats, experienced practitioners, experienced scholars in the field of diplomacy and international relations, and you'll be able to merge and integrate these two. The second point I want to emphasize is for you to seize the opportunity to network professionally, and this should continue beyond this room. And this is very important because as you move into these fields, networking, partnership, collaborations are extremely important. For those from the African continent, I want to say that one of the challenges we face today as a continent regards to ensuring that the African voice is part and parcel of the setting of the agenda for the global community. There is no other community to help us set the African agenda in the global world apart from the diplomats of today and of tomorrow, and which are actually you. I want to say, as we sit here today and interact, let's make this occasion very profitable for all of us, so that we can live at least with something to go home. And we are all here to help you understand some of the things. Basically, we shall be having some sessions, and you also get an opportunity to interact in the plenary. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Lee, for your remarks. I want now to usher in Dr. Muchoki to invite the next guest. Dave?
Thank you. I will now invite the DVC Research, Innovation, Advancement and Development, Professor Mange, who will invite the DVC Academic and Student Affairs, Professor Myoki, and in turn, he will invite our Vice Chancellor to make his opening remarks. Thank you.
Our VC and Director, Very Reverend Professor Stephen Ogani, His Excellency Ambassador Erasmus Mencha, Your Excellency Ambassador of the Republic of Indonesia, Kenya, with Justin Aji, the Deputy Director Conrad Adolf Stiftung, Ms. Caroline, DVC Professor Justus Munyoki, Dr. Kizito Sabala, Chair of International Relations Society of Kenya, the IRSK Council members present, our chaplain, the dean, the heads of departments, moderators and panelists of various panel discussions, university faculty, students from the university and from other universities, sponsors and partners. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I chose to go through the protocol because we are still early in the stages of this conversation, but either way, it was going to form part of what I was going to tell you. What captures caught my eye of this gathering is the aspect of when we talk about diplomacy. And for me, what pops out, since we're in this gathering of university setup, is the dialogue or the debate between rhetoric versus action. Because rhetoric, the discussions, the publications, the forums we have, we talk, right? And in many situations, it remains in the publications, it remains in the libraries, it remains out there. But where we really need it is as we read it. So that's now the action that we want to translate to. And diplomacy actually, and this is not a right I'm giving you, but just to translate it in terms of action, just to think about the aspect of it as a part of justice, and even more, I would say rigorous would be an aspect of practical wisdom. I like to look at life in a global perspective. As an individual, you relate to another person, you build a society. So ultimately, the relations we have, let me put a challenge. What use could it be that you are a good, outstanding professional, but when it comes down to your relations day to day with the people you live with are a disaster? That is now remaining the rhetoric level. So we ought to translate this to action. So ultimately, the relations that we have day to day as colleagues, as nations, as the world ought to remain towards the common good, the development of the state, and ultimately, I would say progress will come, there will be peace. So for me, the challenge I leave you with, and I give myself, is actually that if you are really at peace, you will relate better with the people around you, and that translates, it has a ripple effect that goes on to a bigger scale, and it goes on to the world. So there is no way we're going to have a peace in the world As you know, the moment we are, okay, we are in a situation of a bit of a crisis, but we are going to have that peace. You yourself, each one of you, don't cultivate that peace, the way you relate to other people. So for me, that's the challenge I leave for me and for you. Thank you very much. Let me invite my counterpart, DBC, Professor Justus Munyoki, to give his remarks. I wish you a good stay and good discussion, and please let it not remain in rhetoric form. Let it be action. Have a good day.
So, allow me to write on the already established protocol that recognize His Excellency Jackson Haji, Ambassador of the Republic of Indonesia to Kenya, and His Excellency Ambassador Erastus Moncha, former Deputy Chairperson, African Union Commission. I recognize also our Vice Chancellor, Reverend Stephen Bugwa Gary. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I am indeed very happy and I feel very honored and privileged to address you this morning, partly because we are seated here on a very important topic, the issue of diplomacy. We are seated here amongst ourselves, very important personalities in our society, the ambassadors who are here and other members of the diplomatic team. So this makes us really very happy when we are here because we are talking about a very important issue that affects our society. These are the people who spend their time and their energy thinking and practicing diplomacy. They spend their time talking about peace and talking about good neighborliness. International diplomacy, ladies and gentlemen, has become a very central theme in international relations. This, therefore, is coming at a time when the world is undergoing major transformations, a lot of change is taking place in the world, and therefore affecting relations among nations and among societies. This should therefore lead to greater understanding between nations, should lead to reduced hostilities that we are often experiencing. Ladies and gentlemen, as we talk about international diplomacy, we also need to think about the impact of technology that is taking place, especially the issue of artificial intelligence, which is here with us. This is imposing major challenges to societies. But I want to tell you that it also comes with a lot of opportunities, especially in the area of diplomacy, in the area of understanding and all that. How can we harness this power, the power that comes with artificial intelligence, to improve on our diplomatic relations? How can AI be used to enhance international cooperation, relations, and diplomacy? This is an important question that today, as we go through the discussions, need to be in our minds. Today, ladies and gentlemen, we continue to experience major challenges: armed conflict, poverty, unemployment, and the issue of climate change, which threaten social, economic, and political stability across the world. So how can diplomacy help us to address some of these challenges? Because they are here with us, we talk about them every year, and now today we are talking about diplomacy and international relations. How is this going to help us to address those challenges? Every year universities, including Catholic University here, and other institutions of higher learning, we are leasing students, graduates. Today we call them the future diplomats. We have a faculty department that deals with that. So who is employing them when they work there? Do we follow up to see where they find it settled? Because we are talking about the pathways and all that. To what extent are they able to help us to solve the many problems that we are now experiencing across the globe? So we need to focus also on necessary and relevant skills in those graduates that we are producing, so that they are able to face the world, the realities of the world today. I want to note that this year's meeting, today, we are talking about youth in diplomacy, creating pathways for sustainable inclusion. What a good theme. Very heavily loaded. In fact, it is talking about youth, which is very good. And this is very important because youth are the future. Some people are now saying they are the leaders today, not just the future. When will their future come? We like to say they are the future, but we say we need to see them as being part of us today and helping us to solve problems today. They need to be given that opportunity to help us shape the future of nations. So as we focus on the youth, there is also need to provide avenues that will lead to social equity in society. Providing equal opportunities to all individuals, regardless of their race, regardless of their religion, regardless of their backgrounds. Equal opportunities, very important. Gender should not be an issue at this level. We need to address the issue of physical disability and inability. Are people able to get the same opportunities in the international diplomacy? Indeed, the youth must be in the forefront on championing the issues that bring inequality to society. Youth must be in the front. I therefore call upon the local missions, the commissions and embassies that are around and some are represented today to support our students, especially those who are graduating, by giving them those opportunities for internships so that they're able to gain the necessary experience to be able to participate fully in these issues. I would like to see members of the diplomatic missions participate more in our activities as universities, maybe participating and guest lectures, and therefore I challenge the heads of department to be able to be in touch with them, not just talking, but inviting them. Our students need to see them. They need to see how they spend their life, their experience when they work in foreign countries, and all that. What are the challenges that they experience? How will they participate? This will help us to shape our youth for the future. Finally, I challenge the participants today to take time during the correction times and even during the networking sessions, those walk around our university, not just here, please see where we are, working with the library, see the facilities we have, see the many opportunities that we have for not just the youth, but even for the mature people like ourselves here. We can come and take a degree here. You can come and be our student. That is very important. So those who are from other countries, come over here and we teach you. We have a very vibrant department that deals with these relations. So, very important. With those remarks, ladies and gentlemen, Allow me to invite our Vice Chancellor, Very Reverend Professor Stephen Buga Gary, to come, make his remarks, and also invite the next speaker, Sansara.
Thank you very much. Allow me to follow all the possible protocol because I'm making the official welcome to the Catholic University of Eastern Africa. Your Excellency, Wilka Sono Abdi, Ambassador of the Republic of Indonesia to Kenya and Permanent Representative to UNEP and UN Habitat. His Excellency Ambassador Erastus Monja, former Deputy Chairperson, African Union Commission, Ms. Caroline Unga, Deputy Director, Conrad Adenauer Stiftung, we are glad you are here. I have about maybe 20 students now and some staff in Germany, so make sure you take care of them. Professor Justus Munoki, Deputy Vice Chancellor, Academic and Student Affairs, Professor Damian Maingi, Deputy Vice Chancellor, Research, Innovation, Advancement and Development, Dr. Kizito Sabala, Chair, International Relations Society of Kenya, the International Relations Society of Kenya, our Council members present, Reverend Dr. William Kosgei, University Chaplain, Dr. Muchoki Francis, Dean, Faculty of Arts and Social Sciences, Deans, Head of Departments and Coordinators of Programs present, the moderators and panelists of the various panel discussions, university faculty, students, and also our students from our sister university. I saw Egerton is here. Are you here? If you are here, then I'm an alumni of 2000 alumni of Egerton, and also worked there for 20 years before coming here, so you can see me after that. We have a cup of tea. Sponsors and partners, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Welcome to the 2026 GAD International Relations and Diplomacy Career and Mentorship Forum under the theme Youth in Diplomacy, Creating Pathways for Sustainable Discussion Inclusion. I also wish to welcome you especially to the Catholic University of Eastern Africa. This particular hall you are seated in is where the presidential debates take place. And I can see where President Ruto was seated, there is a student. I can see where Raila was seated, there is a student. I can see where Sakaja was seated, there is a student. So you are really going to be the future leaders of this nation and also international relations. Your Excellencies, you are the dignitaries and our guests. Thank you for gracing the event and for accepting to join us today at this Career and Mentorship Forum here at Koya. We would like to thank the International Relations Society of Kenya, Conrad Adenauer Stiftung Kenya, and Koya's Faculty of Arts and Social Sciences, Department of Political and International Studies for jointly organizing this event and for hosting us today. As we promised during the second Career and Mentorship Forum in March last year, the Catholic University of Eastern Africa commits to organize, co-host, and actively participate in this and such other student-centered events and fora, and we are glad that you really came and chose this to be the destination. This week, we had also a session led by the Faculty of Law, Christian North-South Relations this is an international week, and therefore we are happy that we are discussing these matters. As Choir also, we host over 26 nations who are our students, and therefore we also are quite a small UN center of learning. We also are dealing on this topic during the current murky international relations that the waters are so troubled through the wars, the bloodshed, the delinking of the international partnership and other fronts that we have been working together. Choir's Department of Political and International Studies mandate is not merely to teach international relations, it is also to produce agents of change who can navigate both the corridors of power and the digital spaces where diplomacy now happens. This forum is a bridge-building exercise, linking theory with practice, students with mentors, and Kenya domestic agents, an agenda with the international stage. I am reliably informed that the International Relations and Diplomacy Career and Mentorship Forum is an initiative aimed at providing international relations and diplomacy students and enthusiasts with opportunities to engage with experienced professionals in their fields of study. You can see them here, and we are glad that you also came. As such, students will gain valuable insight, advice, networking, opportunities, and other variable factors that shall enhance their academic performance, career prospects, and personal growth. The Career and Mentorship Forum 2026 brings together a diverse group of participants, seasoned diplomats, international relations scholars, thought leaders, career counselors, job placement agents, early career professionals, students in the media. Over 300 delegates and participants are expected to attend this forum. The forum comprises of students, recent graduates, those who have just started pursuing a career in international relations and diplomacy, young diplomats, and broader international relations enthusiasts. This Career and Mentorship Forum will cover a diverse range of topics aimed at addressing the multifaceted aspects of international relations and diplomacy, professionalism, and career development. I'm happy to note that there will be parallel panel discussions to cover the wide scope of issues that need to be addressed, with a rich blend of moderators and panelists as indicated in the program. The parallel panel discussions will center on various topics: reforming diplomatic institutions for young, youth and gender inclusion, diplomacy beyond the foreign service, perspectives from NGOs, private sector, and think tank spaces. To accommodate and ensure every interested student can be part of this enriching engagement, I am reliably informed that the event allows for both virtual and physical attendance, and we wish to welcome those who are virtually present in this forum. Equally, this event is being streamed live on Choir digital platforms, YouTube, as well as other digital platforms of our partners, as already communicated. As part of the managing transition and ensuring sustainability of the Mentorship Forum, I am happy to note that here and today we shall witness the graduation of the young diplomats fellows. To these forum's participants, this is what I ask of you. Let us purpose to have elaborate and considerate discussions in this forum and ensure that we attain most, if not all, our intended objectives. To the mentors in the room, share not only your successes but also the challenges that have taught you resilience. Let our stories become the unwritten rules that the next generations so desperately seek. To the students and early career professionals, treat today as a launch pad, not a lecture. Choose a mentor, ask the hard questions, and commit to a concrete next step before you leave this auditorium. I have also quite a few business cards from the participants who are also going to be my mentors and also collaborators, so don't be left behind. Do exactly that. To the partners, recognize the forum's output as evidence-based policy as well as a blueprint for systematic youth inclusion that can be scaled nationally and internationally. And to all of us as Koya's academic community, let us embed these mentorship structures into our curriculum, research centers, and community outreach programs so that the momentum generated today endures for years to come. I therefore take this singular opportunity on behalf of the Catholic University of Eastern Africa to welcome you to our university, to this forum, and if you get a chance, take a tour of our university. We shall be happy even to provide transport for those who need it. Thank you very much, and God bless you. Thank you. Well, I've been given new directives. So may I take this opportunity and this singular pleasure to welcome His Excellency Ambassador Erastus Mwencha, former Deputy Chairperson, African Union Commission, to give his keynote speech. Karibu sana, Ambassador.
Good morning. Good morning. Thank you so much. You know, when you are up here, you need a little energy, and some of it you get it from your participants, and I want to thank you for that response. Your Excellency, Ambassador with Zakzona Alchi, Ambassador of the Republic of Indonesia to Kenya, Reverend Professor Joseph Mbugwangari, Vice Chancellor of the Catholic University of Eastern Africa, may I, for the sake of time, stand on existing protocols, particularly to recognize the VCs that are, the deputy VCs that are here, faculty, and all the guests, and then also recognize those that have made it possible for us to be here today. I'm so grateful to be back here
at this auspicious place for 3 reasons. First, I served as faculty in this university when I left the African Union. I never knew I would be faculty, and I had always cherished that a moment will come when I'll be able to go back and interact with young aspirants to life, because that has been my core in self. And so I was so honored, so privileged to have been invited to be part of faculty. But I'm sad that that school of Regional Integration, subject so dear to me, was so much affected during COVID. The numbers were not economically viable. I just want to pray, because I believe that Africa is just starting the journey of regional integration. And this is the best place where it can be. And I just hope that you will be able to. The second reason that I'm here today is because I thought it was for Catholic University of Eastern Africa, but only to find that there are 6 universities participating. And that means, really, we're talking to Kenya. That is a very significant event. And thank you, VC, for framing this subject so well and giving us very clear indications of why we're here and who is here and what those who are here are expecting. And the third reason I'm so happy to be here today, as you have heard from the VC, this is a venue that is sacred to many Kenyans. Because this is where we get to peel off the campaign rhetorics, and this is where we get all the promises of politicians as they launch their campaigns and usher us into elections to vote them. And so all Kenyans, on the night that it takes place, get to know about the Catholic University of Eastern Africa. And so anyone would be so happy to be here today. This morning, I had a challenge of how to make my presentation because of the diversity from newly graduating students to those already in the career, to those that are about to launch, to mentors and to faculty. And I heard the VC say, is also here to be mentored. And I was asking myself, as a VC, how does he expect to be mentored? But you know, that also told me one thing. And this is one I hope you learned this morning from the VC. It is the aspect of humility and being curious to continue to learn. And thank you for leading with the example this morning. And so, my presentation, and I hope it will be short enough, will be in 2 parts. The first part, which I've entitled, After the Finish Line. After the finish line. And the second part is more complicated. And I don't know even how to title it, but I say in the jungle. Because this is where action takes place. That is where you need to put into practice that which you have learned here in the last few years, and those of you here who are here to mentor those that are launching their careers. And so let me begin by first congratulating the young aspirants, some of you aspiring to join the area of international relations. And one thing I'm not going to do is just to define for you what international relations is, but let me, at the beginning, join you, because I can see in your faces smiles of relief that you have come to the finish line, which is my topic. That is a major landmark. You did it. And as you cross the finish line of this marathon, today we celebrate you, your resilience, and this monumental achievement. But I want to let you in on a little secret. This isn't a finish line. It isn't a finish line, which is the topic for our discussion. It is the starting line. Think of your degree as a destination. Sorry, think of your degree not as a destination, but as a passport. It's given you the credentials, the foundational knowledge, and the critical thinking skills to now begin the real adventure, your career, and your growth. The world you are about to enter is often described as a rat race, a corporate ladder. And I'll let you in a little secret when I talk about the second part, how I saw it when I left university. And I'll let you know the secret when I left university. 51 years ago. No, it could be that. When I joined career, I had a destination. But I was so mistaken. I never ended up in that destination. That's one thing I want you to take from your participation today. And so, in the corporate world, you will be told of a corporate radar where people aspire to become chief of information officer, you become chief accountant, you become general manager. But that is not the destination. That's what I want to emphasize this morning. But it is also seen as climbing to the top. I'm here to ask you to throw away that roadmap in case you have charted one. It is, in today's world, outdated. The world isn't about the ladder. It is a jungle gym. That's why our second part will be about the jungle that you are about to enter. It is a network of interconnecting paths that go up, some that go sideways, some that might even feel like they are going backwards for a while. And that is perfectly okay. So, as you step out of the canvases you have come from, or you are in, into the jungle gym, I want to leave with you 3 thoughts
that should guide you. The first is focus on your direction. I hope that becomes very clear. Not your destination. You might have a dream job in mind. That is great. A destination gives you a sense of direction. But don't be so fixated on that one specific title that you miss the incredible opportunities that come in your way. Your first few years, your goal is to land the perfect job. Your goal is to collect data. And I'm happy in one of the presenters' statements here said, we now have an era of artificial intelligence. And so you need now to put together the myriad of data that will be thrown at you to make sure that they make sense. And so, you concentrate first to collect your data and figure out what you enjoy doing. And I think this is what many people miss in life. Please, the job is not about how much it pays you. The job is also about, do you enjoy it? Is that your calling? Is that your passion? And that's something that you should pursue in life. But also try to see what you are good at. You might find something you enjoy, but you're not good at. That's something that you should continue to figure out very well. Say yes to an invitation to embark on a strange project. And that's one thing I talk to you about, my own personal experience on saying yes. Volunteer for the team no one else wants to join. Take the job in a new city, even if it's just for a year. Every single one of these experiences is a data point. And now we are in the world of big data. So continue to collect your data, and so that you can be able to make sure you're headed in the right direction. And make sure that your path won't be a straight line. That's what makes it yours. If it is all a straight line, then it would have missed that very point. The second point that I want to make is the how. That is extremely important. And that is where the crux of the matter is. And I want to tell you, for the sake of time, I'll break it into a few takeaways. The first one, your degree is just a passport. It enables you to enter the room. But what makes you stay in the room and continue to be in the room are four fundamental principles. First is your integrity. Second, and integrity is everything. You know, I have a team of mine that we're doing at the level of Africa, trying to develop leaders for tomorrow. And one of our objectives is to develop leaders who have integrity integrity. Because if there is anything scarce in the world today, and including our own country, is leaders of integrity. The second one, have a mind of curiosity. I'm not going to say much, because as students, I just want to believe you are here because partly you embraced this one. But be a person who asks why. And what if? In fact, they tell us now, under the new modern principles, you must embrace the situation that you listen to every voice and let them ask even the worst of the questions. And when they ask it, that is a learning moment. Develop resilience. You will fail. Your project will flop. You won't get the promotion. And an interview will go terribly wrong. But you must develop the ability to bounce back. That is important as you embark on your career. And the fourth one is empathy. Empathy. Listen to understand. Don't just reply. Be the colleague that supports others, who celebrates their wins, and who offers hand when they are struggling. People will forget what you said, but they never forget who made them feel and how you made them feel. That is empathy. But I want to turn back to you and say something that as you begin your career, you should embrace. Your life is more than just your profile. I find any invitation I have given these days, people ask me, we want a bit of your profile. Tell us what you're doing. And what I put there is not who I am, because I don't write there in most cases to say I'm not honest, I'm not happy, I'm always an unhappy person. I write about achievements, where you've been, what you've been. But I want to tell you that that's not the totality of life. Your life may involve much more than just that. Do not have the temptation of comparing yourself with others. Just remember one thing, your career is a huge part of your life, but not the entire life. Protect your life. And this is something that I can tell you for a fact. That have a little time for yourself where you work, some for family, fun that you aspire some principles, spiritual, community. That is life. And so life is not about your career. Life is much more than that. So class of 2026, as you move forward, embrace the unknown, be more focused on your direction, just to emphasize that. Don't have a destination. Let your character be your compass. And remember that a life well lived, is about more than a job well done. Permit me now to move to the second part of my presentation, and I'll try to make it very short in the interest of time. And here, as you heard I said, you are also welcome to the jungle. Because as you enter the jungle, I want you to just take 4 principles. And I know His Excellency the Ambassador, who's a career diplomat. I always find it difficult to tell people that I'm not a career diplomat. They wonder because they hear I'm called Ambassador. That's a story for another day. But here, I want to let you know 3 things. First, you are now entering a world that you need 3 principles. 4 principles. Because it's a career about international relations. And so the first one is foundational mindset. Foundational mindset. And here there are many. I'm not going to be academic and bring all the schools of thought and the rest. I'm sure you've done that in your classes. But I just want to bring in 3. First, any diplomat or international relations officer always is taught to think about the national interest. But as you think about this national interest, the second one is the principle of peaceful resolution. And I'm sad to say, we're living in a world that we have gone back to the era of conquest. I mean, that's a fact of life. The might is right. That is the sad reality that we live in today. But that is not diplomacy. Diplomacy is always about peaceful resolution. And the third principle is mutual benefit. Don't go out there to take everything. And that is the challenge I had in my career. When I sat in those negotiation rooms, whether it was negotiating with the most advanced country in the world or among peers within commerce or the African Union, if you have a mindset of winner take all, that's why we never make a better world for all of us. Just as it is that you serve your community, think of the world also as a community. Embrace it in that context. The second mindset is your core skills. Your core skills that you need is communication skills. And I'm not going to dwell much about that. I'm sure you've done a number of classes in that, and suffices to say, clarity is extremely important. The second one is precision. You know, if you watch diplomats very carefully, they will always speak from written statements. Because if you start fabulizing, you go off track and say something that is so difficult to extract. But it doesn't have to be written all the time. If you are going to say something, it must be precise as a diplomat. The third one, active listening. This is a skill that is rare in many, many individuals. And I'm saying this is something I keep on learning. Active listening. My wife keeps on telling me sometimes, even before she speaks what she was going to say, I already have the answer. And so she tells me, no, let me finish. And so please learn to listen. The third one, and this is something that I have skipped quite a number of them. By the way, I could just add a few of those in case they will be helpful to you. One of the things diplomats, if you see them where they're seated, and they're negotiating room, one of the secrets is non-verbal communication. Because it tells a lot. The second one is negotiations. This is where we have lost the game in many areas. How do you approach negotiations? There are people, I mean, I sometimes go shopping with my wife. I'm sorry I have to make, because that's where life matters. And we go in the shop, and then somebody says, oh, okay. What are you selling with this? And then somebody says 70. Then she says 20. I look at her, I say, well, with this negotiation finished, if you start with this kind of price, I mean, but there are people who enjoy that kind of game. So even when you are negotiating with high stakes, how do you pitch your deck? The third one, and negotiation skills are taught, by the way. One of the subjects I was given to teach when I was here was not about regional integration, how you move tariffs. It was negotiations. And one of the things I then asked myself, I didn't do that course before I entered the world of multilateralism. The last one, the last but one is understand cultural, have some cultural empathy. Please, please, understand the person you are negotiating with. Sometimes you walk, I must say, I mean, I don't want to be rude. I have been able to be in international forum where you negotiate, and you know people from that country, when they enter the room, they want you to move to their thinking. They don't just understand, how does a Kenyan think? Even as a Kenyan, we know that if you are a Kishi, what your temperament will be, so that you know what not to say. And so, understanding culture. In fact, as a young career, I was privileged to be taken to quite a number of places. Yugoslavia, China, US, Japan. And I was surprised to see the diversity of people in the room when you talk to them, how they approach negotiations. Very different. So please try to understand cultural diversity. Don't assume everybody is the same. You walk into the room and say, hi, my name is Peter. That may not be a culture of people from Indonesia. They approach it differently. When I met the ambassador of Indonesia this morning, the first thing he says, Asante sana. And so the conversation started. I knew this is a career diplomat. He understands. He made me at ease. Because then I started asking him, how long have you been here that you're speaking so much for it? So understand that culture. And the last one, do your homework. Analyze and also give proper reporting, accurate reporting. Many countries have been led astray because there was poor reporting. The last one now, I'm going to address, and I'll finish quickly, is your personal and ethical attributes matter. Zakaria, sometimes you'll be told how you dress, how you eat on the table. I remember we used to conduct a program for careers before they take a new job. And you are, something like that, even on the table, what you don't say. If you go to ambassador's house for dinner, and you say, no, I don't eat this at dinner time. They're basic things. It may look minute, but your person, how you carry yourself, from your dress, your behavior, your conduct, matters a lot. And having emotional intelligence. Even to know where you are sitting, where you sit, how you sit, what the temperature in the room is, that is important for you as you embark on your career. First, last, you must always contextualize your knowledge, understand. Like in today's world now, there's a Kenyan. If I were to address an international audience where you have everybody, there are things I won't say. Not because they don't need to be said, but you may not need to say it at that time depending on the subject. And you know now the world we live in is complex. Always contextualize and understand. That's what we call having some little part of emotional intelligence. I see from your program you're going to have a number of serious people who dealt with this subject. But I want, as I leave this floor to a career diplomat, just to mention 1 or 2 things about myself and then finish. I left university as a young economist, joined the Ministry of Planning, but I ended up at the African Union. When I joined, my dream job was to become chief economist of the country. I had fixed a destination. By grace, I opened my mind and said, Lord, take me where you will. And Kenya wanted to develop an iron and steel industry at that time. I discovered Kenya was too small for industrialization. That's why I ended up leaving Kenya to go to commerce. Because then I saw it's a bigger market that you could engender economies of scale for industrialization. And from there I realized that even in commerce, we won't achieve our African objective because at heart I'm an Pan-Africanist. I said, let me end up at African Union. So when we interact with you, when we meet next, because this is now a network we start, please ask me to tell you what I've seen. In the negotiation rooms, in commerce, African Union, at the General Assembly of the UN, in a negotiation, whether it is in Beijing, in Tokyo, in Washington, in London, I have taken away a lesson from the world that it is a world that is complex. You must always position yourself to learn, and you must position yourself to understand that as you take care of your national interests, that the world must always be one that guides you. How do we leave this world a better place than we found it? That should be part of your objective. At your family, at your community, at the national level, and international level. May God so richly bless you.
Another clap for the ambassador. Now I want to humbly invite Odise.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency Ambassador Erastus Mancha, for your input. Very enriching to our students. Some have crossed, some are crossing, and therefore is a beginning of a new crossing. So thank you very much, and your personal testimony, quite good about your prayer, about your aspirations, about hard work, and not walking on the straight line among others, tells us that it's not a smooth ride. And if it is smooth, something is wrong. So thank you very much for your depth in your presentations and everything. At this juncture, I wish to welcome His Excellency Lucius Sono Abdi, Ambassador of the Republic of Indonesia to Kenya, and also permanent representative to UNEP and UN Habitat. He is an ambassador extraordinary plenipotentiary of the Republic of Indonesia, and is also chair of the ASEAN community in Nairobi. He is a proponent of inclusivity and respect for international law. And also, he once was quoted as saying that Indian Ocean is not just a trade route between or connecting Africa and Asia, but literally a connection between the two continents, not a connection of humanity between the two. He's also accredited to Uganda, DRC, Somalia, and also chief of mission to Vienna and director of the Asian, Africa, intra-regional and inter-regional cooperation. Therefore, bringing with him quite a long history of experience and a lot of learning that he's going to share with us in his presentation today. So with that, I wish to welcome Your Excellency to come and address the congregation. Thank you.
His Excellency Ambassador Erastus Moencha, former Deputy Chairperson of the African Union Commission. Thank you very much for that pointers for the career in the diplomatic world. I second all his points of view. Distinguished VC of the Catholic University of East Africa, Reverend Professor Stephen Mugua Ngari, and also the DVC, the Dean and faculty members of the Catholic University of Eastern Africa, Distinguished Chair of the International Relations Society of Kenya, Dr. Kizito Sabala, Deputy Director of the Konrad Adenauer Stiftung, Frau Unger, fellow diplomats, scholars, practitioners of international affairs, dear students and young professionals, good morning. Habari ya asubuhi. Nafurahi sana kuwa pamoja nanyi hapa Nairobi katika kongamano hili muhimu kuhusu nafasi ya vijana katika diplomasia. It is indeed a great pleasure for me to join you today at the 2026 Career and Mentorship Forum. I'd like to commend the International Relations Society of Kenya, the Catholic University of Eastern Africa, and the Konrad Adenauer Stiftung for organizing this important initiative, bringing together practitioners, scholars, aspiring diplomats, creates a valuable space for dialogue, for mentorship, and also for learning. The theme of this forum, Youth in Diplomacy, Creating Pathways for Sustainable Inclusion, could not be more timely. Diplomacy today is evolving in response to a rapidly changing world. The challenges we face, climate change, economic transformation, technological disruption, and global security concerns, require fresh ideas, inclusive participation, and new forms of collaboration. In the past, diplomacy was largely understood as a state-to-state activity conducted by official representatives of governments. This form of engagement, often referred to as first track one diplomacy, remains central to international relations. Governments continue to play the primary role in negotiating agreements, in representing national interests, and in shaping global norms. However, the landscape of diplomacy has expanded. Today, we also see the growing influence of track 1.5 diplomacy, where government officials interact with scholars, policy experts, and practitioners in informal settings. Alongside this is track 2 diplomacy, driven by universities, think tank, civil society organizations, and policy communities. In many ways, gatherings like this forum represents track 2 diplomacy in action. Universities and professional societies create spaces where ideas can be tested, perspectives can be exchanged, and future leaders can begin shaping the conversations that influence policy. This broader participation is also reflected in the evolving architecture of global governance. Here in Nairobi, the presence of major UN institutions provides a clear example. Both the UNEP and UN Habitat actively engage major groups and stakeholders, which include youth, women, civil society organizations, the scientific community, local authorities, and the private sectors. Through these mechanisms, global institutions recognizes that addressing complex challenges requires diverse voices and collaborative approaches. Young people, in particular, bring energy, creativity, and new perspectives that enrich international dialogue. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to briefly share the experience of Indonesia in fostering youth engagement in international affairs. In recent years, interest in the study of international relations has grown significantly in Indonesia. Universities across the country offer programs in diplomacy, global studies, and international cooperation. Many students are deeply engaged with global issues and are eager to contribute to international dialogues. A vibrant culture of diplomatic simulation has also emerged. Universities frequently organize model United Nations conferences, policy debates, and negotiation simulations. These activities provide students with practical exposure to negotiation, strategy communication, and policy analysis. They allow young people to experience the dynamics of international dialogue before entering professional careers. Another important component of this ecosystem is internship and professional exposure. Indonesian universities strongly encourage students to gain practical experiences by engaging with institutions involved in international affairs. Government agencies, including the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, regularly host interns who wish to understand the practice of diplomacy from within. Indonesian embassies around the world also support this learning process. Here in Nairobi, the Indonesian embassy has had the privilege of hosting talented interns from Universitas Pajajaran and President University. I'm pleased to note that some of these young individuals are present here today. Their presence reflects the value of experiential learning in preparing the next generation of diplomats and international professionals. If you could stand up, the interns from Indonesia. Thank you. Another important development in Indonesia is the growing role of civil society in foreign policy conversation. One example is the Foreign Policy Community of Indonesia, widely known as FPCI. You can Google it. This platform was established to encourage open dialogue on international affairs among policymakers, among scholars, students, and the broader public. Through public forums, discussions, and youth engagement initiatives, it had helped bring foreign policy conversation closer to society and closer to the youth. In this regard, organizations such as the International Relations Society of Kenya reflects a similar spirit of engagement. By connecting practitioners, scholars, and students, IRSK contributes to building a vibrant intellectual community around diplomacy and international relations. Platforms like this strengthens the bridge between academic knowledge and practical diplomacy. Ultimately, diplomacy is about dialogue, understanding, and cooperation across cultures and perspectives. These qualities cannot be developed through theory alone. They are cultivated through interaction, curiosity, and a willingness to engage with the world. For those of you who aspire to careers in international affairs, I would offer a simple reflection. Diplomacy requires intellectual curiosity, cultural sensitivity, and integrity. All these points have been covered also by Ambassador Moimicha. But it also requires patience, listening, and the ability to build trust across differences. The world needs individuals who are prepared to bridge divides, to promote dialogue, and work toward peaceful solutions to shared challenges. Dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, before I conclude, I'd like to extend my warmest congratulations to the graduates of the Young Diplomats Fellowship whose achievements we celebrate today. Your dedication to learning and professional growth is commendable. I wish each of you success in your future endeavors, wherever your careers may take you. The future of diplomacy will be shaped by the ideas and commitment of young people like you. It will emerge in universities, in policy forums, in international institutions, and in the everyday conversation that bring people together across borders. I encourage you to continue engaging with the world with curiosity, openness, and the spirit of cooperation. Kwa wahitimu wa Young Diplomats Fellowship, nawapongeza kwa mafanikio yenu na nikiwatakia kila la heri katika safari yenu ya baadaye. Asanteni sana kwa kunisikiliza. Thank you very much for your attention.
All for that. Nakuwa weledi wa Kiswahili, tunakupongeza kwa kuzungumza Kiswahili. I think we are moving very well. Applaud the guests for the good work they have done. I know we are behind time, we are not time, we are quite 1 hour. We are behind by 1 hour. We are going to recover that. Key things we have been told about networking, and when you are here, expand your network. Ensure you expand your network. We are agent of change. And the aspect of internship and attachment, I want to tell the ambassador of Indonesia, last year we had our student in your embassy, and that student, after that we had a Zoom meeting with the embassy, as well as this Atma University. We have started negotiating to see how we can be able to operate. So we thank you for that kind of platform. So Makofi for Ambassador, because of giving us, I know that even this year they are going to accept our students who are doing attachment as from May. Maybe we are going to come for other slots, Ambassador, for that. And also for Ambassador Mwanja, to tell you that international, or rather regional integration is up and running. It is under now domiciled in the Department of International, Political International Studies. So we are teaching regional integration there. And you're welcome to come and also share your experience. We have got master students, more than 15 who are on, currently going on. So karibu sana to elevation kufunza hapo. So thank you very much. Because of time, and we're having the next session whereby we shall be ushering now the graduates. I hope Bwana Wanyama will be able to find that time so that we can recover this at a time. So I'll kindly ask our guests to take the lower seats so that we could be able to usher in that other session. So allow me humbly to request the VC and the team, if they could sit, you could sit there, so that now we prepare the team. Kindly don't leave so that we have a photo session after that. After the graduates, we have a photo session. So kindly, then I want to welcome Mr. Leonard Wanyama to come over here, and Dr. Kizito, the panelist, who will be there. Dr. Kizito, maybe you remain. Ms. Eva. Then we have got Edgar. Then we have got Esther. And I've been told also we have another one who will join us. And I hope that they were supposed to have to take about 45 minutes, but maybe half an hour so that we can be able to recover the time. And I'm also very happy for the audience. I can see the room is filling up, and we appreciate. We have got even the upper the room. We have 6 more seats up there. So the ushers, remember, we have more seats. So I'll ask.
Hello everyone, good morning. Good morning. As my colleagues kind of take their seats, maybe just to get your energies up, very quickly you can snap your fingers and then clap. So let's snap our fingers, snap your fingers, snap your fingers, both hands up in the air, up in the air. Okay, one big clap. Thank you so much for making time for us today. My name is Leonard Wanyama, and as you can see on the program, I am the outgoing CEO of the International Relations Society of Kenya. In welcoming our chief guest, Ambassador Wijakzono Aji. And in thanking Ambassador Erastus Mwecha for being with us today, and thanking my teachers, because I am an alumni here, and as I always tell you, I am always under a lot of pressure to shine and show that my teachers and the faculty did a good job in thanking them. I'd like to also acknowledge my colleagues, the members of the IRSK Council. I'll stand on the protocols, and Daktari, if you give me just a moment to say something, then transition. Yeah. All right. So in thanking you all, I think I just wanted to say and thank you all for giving IRSK the opportunity of partnership, because this partnership essentially started us off onto a journey that has grown into a number of forums, into the annual conference that we have, into the diplomatic awards, and essentially this is the place that kind of planted the seed in terms of how viable and visible an organization that is concerned with diplomacy could be of use to all of us who are very interested in the subject. In our history, there are many stories, but I was reminded this week that in the early days of IRSK, the members who met at NextGen took off running because there was an earthquake that day. Yet, you still see that they come back together to push the agenda of how they can improve the country through their diplomatic engagements. Now, at the heart of this is the fact that students and how to help them think of their career journey are an important aspect of IRSK. And so, over the course of 1 year, we came up with the Young Diplomats Fellowship in partnership with Konrad Adenauer Stiftung, and today we will be having the graduation for that first cohort, which was mainly the experimental cohort, where we were also learning about how could we guide young people on their career journey and what we should think about going forward. And so, with that, I'd like to welcome Dr. Kizito Sabala, the chair, to maybe introduce, and then I'll guide the rest of the program, because you're here. So maybe just speak to the Young Diplomats Forum. Thank you.
Thank you, Wanyama. Now, this session will be very short, but one of the highlights of our event today. And so I've now put down my hat as the chair of IRSK, because they have given me a very big title for these young fellows. They call me the Dean of the Young Diplomats Fellowship. So I'm now speaking like the Dean, and I want to say that this session will be to one, help those who finish the cohort to get their certificates, and two, to unveil the incoming cohort. So you can see a good number of them remaining there. Some of them are new who are joining the present new cohort. So I just want to say that I'm honored, I'm humbled, and greatly excited with these young fellows who have made us proud. It was an idea that we started a long time ago, thinking about it, and last year with the support of Konrad Stiftung, we engaged the first cohort. And this cohort, as it has been said, is actually experimental. but I think we have learned a lot, and we shall be giving the two of them the opportunity to speak about their own experience in a minute or so. And therefore, just before I hand over to Wanyama, I just want to say a few things about the program. The program sits on three fundamental pillars. The first pillar is to try to enhance the capacity of these fellows to be able to build on what they have learned in class. And basically, this fellowship is more practical than theory. We move away from the classroom theories, but we also intelligent them to be able to connect the practice with the theory, because the practice sits in the theory. And two, we also do the mentorship and hands-on engagement with experts, diplomats, practitioners, and policymakers in this field. And finally, we also encourage them to network and present themselves in a manner that a number of speakers who are here have spoken about. I do not want to emphasize the importance of this young generation to the present and future diplomatic fields. It has been spoken about, I spoke about it when I made my opening remarks. I just want to emphasize that the future of diplomacy today and tomorrow lies in these fellows. And finally, to those graduating, I just want to congratulate all of them and indicate that please, you are encouraged to apply the few skills that you've got, the knowledge, the networks that you built, and be able to be a better or a different person. I always challenge my students when we are in class, particularly when we join the first years. I ask them that when you complete, you should look back and ask yourself, very objectively, and ask yourself, how different am I from when I joined this university as a first year, and now I'm living either as a fourth year, or I'm living now with my master's or with my PhD. It is a very self-reflecting question that you need to ask yourself. And I want to throw this to the new, those who are graduating today, to be able to look back and pick one or two things. You cannot pick all of them. There are just a few that you can walk away with. And that's the knowledge that you remain with after all that you've done. This field this would not have been done without a number of support. And I want, in absentia, to really thank those resource persons that we invited, either physically or online, to speak and mentor these young fellows. In the absence, I want to say thank you to them, and we shall also be calling on them to be able to speak to the next cohort. I want to take the mic back to Wanyama.
Thank you very much. Please clap for Dr. Sabala. Thank you. So in terms of the next steps in the program, I will be inviting Ms. Caroline Unga to give us a few words. Then she will be followed by the two graduates representing their colleagues, that is Edgar Mkala and Esther Nambue. After that, we will then be unveiling the new cohort of graduates. In terms of protocol, in terms of just keeping up with the time, what we'll do is that our chief guests will stand right here at the bottom, then the new graduates and the unveiled ones will come in front here for a photo op. For the others, there will also be awarded certificates, so that just to inform you of how we'll be moving on time, so that we can at least catch up for the duration that we extended. So let me welcome Caroline Unga, who is the Deputy Director of Konrad Adenauer Stiftung, welcome and say hello to our comrades. Karibu sana. Please clap for her.
Thank you very much. A warm welcome to everyone. I would like to begin by greeting everyone and going through the roll call. Dear His Excellency Ambassador Erastus Mbancha, former Deputy Chairperson from the African Union Commission. Dear His Excellency Wijaksolo Adjei, Ambassador of the Republic of Indonesia to Kenya. Professor Justice Munyoki, Deputy Vice Chancellor and Academic and Student Affairs. Professor Damien Maingi, Deputy Vice Chancellor in Research, Innovation, Advancement and Development. Dr. Kizito Zabala, Chair International Relations Society of Kenya. The International Relations Society of Kenya. Dr. William Kusgai from the University of Chatham. Dr. Francis Mushoki, Dean, Faculty of Arts and Social Science. Deans, heads of department and coordinators of program present, the moderators and panelists of the various panel discussions, the university, faculty and students from SCUEA and other universities, sponsors and partners, thank you everyone. Distinguished guests and most importantly, the fellows and students joining us today. My name is Caroline Unger and I recently took up the position of Deputy Head of the Country Program at the Konrad Adenauer Foundation here in Kenya. So it's one of my first speeches, so yeah, thank you for that. It is therefore a great pleasure for me to be here with you today and to deliver these opening remarks. Personally, this program is very close to my heart. Before joining the foundation professionally, I was myself a scholarship holder of the Konrad Adenauer Foundation in Germany. During that time, I had the opportunity to benefit from mentorship, dialogue, and network that shaped my academic and professional journey. It is therefore particularly meaningful for me to now support initiatives that create similar opportunities for young people interested in international relations and diplomacy. I would also like to take a moment to express our sincere appreciation to the previous cohort of fellows. Thank you for your commitment, for engaging with us, for showing up and for contributing your ideas and perspectives. Programs like this truly come alive with the dedication of their participants, and we deeply value the partnership and the community that has grown through this program. I would like to extend my heartfelt congratulations to the current cohort. At the Konrad Adenauer Foundation, we believe that diplomacy today requires inclusive spaces, strong networks, and opportunities for young leaders to engage in dialogue across sectors and borders. This forum is a wonderful example for exactly that. We are therefore very grateful for the strong partnership with the International Relations Society of Kenya and the Catholic University of Eastern Africa, and for the International Relations Student Association of Kenya. Thank you very much. Thank you in making this event possible. We look forward to continuing to build on the networks created here and to supporting the next generation of leaders in diplomacy and international cooperation. To the new cohort and to all participants here today, I encourage you to take full advantage of the conversations, mentorship, opportunities and connections that this forum offers. Thank you very much, and I wish you all an inspiring and a successful forum. Asanteni sana.
Thank you so much, Caroline. Welcome to Kenya. I'm sure very soon you'll be acquiring one of our very famous armbands, you know, and Normally that is the first step to citizenship. But welcome and thank you so much. We are very grateful to Conrad Adenauer because they helped us think through how to proceed with the idea of helping students kind of actualize a program that will be of assistance to them. I will now welcome Edgar Mkala to be the first speaker on behalf of the cohort of 2025-2026. Karibu.
Your Excellency, Ambassador Aji, the Indonesian Ambassador to Kenya, Your Excellency, Ambassador Erastus Mencha, the former Vice Chairperson of the AU, Reverend Professor Stephen Gary, the VC of the Catholic University of Eastern Africa, Ms. Caroline Anga, the Deputy Country Director of the CAS Office in Kenya, distinguished guests, fellows and upcoming diplomats, good morning. Good morning once more. It is truly an honor to stand before you today, not just as a participant, but a proud fellow of the first cohort of the IRSK and Diplomats Fellowship. When I joined the fellowship last year, I came in with a lot of curiosity, but what I did not anticipate was how transformative this journey would be. The fellowship of the IRSK is not only a program, it is a training ground for diplomacy, and it is also, most importantly, a bridge between theory and practice. Throughout the fellowship, we had a number of engagements with diplomats from Kenya and beyond, and we also had a number of engagements with professionals in our diplomatic space. And throughout these engagements, I gained something important. I gained perspective. These engagements were not just conversations. They were masterclasses in diplomacy. And as fellows, we were able to ask difficult questions, questions which books cannot answer. A question like, how do you maintain composure when the conversation gets difficult? Or how do you balance between national interests with global responsibilities? Through these engagements, I was also able to understand that diplomacy is not only about speaking, it is about listening. It is about understanding the interests beneath positions. It is about building trust before building agreements. We also had a number of sessions with senior government officials, some in person, some virtual, and these sessions exposed us to the realities of democracy and policy implementation. They taught us how decisions are shaped, how policies are negotiated, and also how international commitments translate into local action. The fellowship sharpened my analytical thinking, it strengthened my communication skills, and it also boosted my confidence and ability to engage high-level leaders. The fellowship also taught me how to research with purpose. It taught me how to advocate with evidence. But most importantly, the fellowship gave me something important and better. It gave me a community. It gave me a community of young leaders, a community of young diplomats who are passionate about shaping global conversations. And it also gave me another important community, a support system of mentors who truly invest in our growth as upcoming diplomats. Today, I stand before you, confident in my diplomatic ability. I am more aware of the responsibilities that come with representing ideas, with representing institutions, and with representing nations. I also want to say a big thank you to the organizers, the Conrad Adenauer Stiftung, and the International Relations Society of Kenya. Thank you for creating a platform that not only educates, but equips and empowers us as young people. Before I finish, I want to invite you to join me in appreciating the organizers who made this fellowship a reality. Thank you for them. To the upcoming cohorts, be bold, ask questions, challenge assumptions, but most importantly, believe that as young people, your voice belongs in this diplomatic space. Thank you so much. Asanteni sana. Danka, Terima, Kasi, and may God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Edgar. Indeed, you've made us very proud. I can see the thing of cultural awareness really sunk in. We are proud of you, and I'm happy to call you one of my colleagues, because most people think that when you're running a fellowship, it's more about teaching people. But what we discovered is that it was simply a process of gaining younger colleagues, and Edgar has been with us for quite a while. I'd like to now invite Esther Nambuye to also speak a few words. Karibu Esther.
All protocols observed, distinguished guests, colleagues, my fellow graduates, good morning. Standing here today, I am filled with gratitude and perspective. 1 year ago, at a time like this, I walked into the Young Diplomats Fellowship Program alongside 11 other colleagues with ambition, curiosity, and quiet uncertainty. I knew I wanted to serve in diplomacy. I knew I wanted to contribute meaningfully, but I was still searching for clarity about where I truly fit and how I could make a distinct contribution. And as much as you're calling this a pilot program, for me, it's a success, because I'm proud to stand before you today with direction and with a community. This fellowship did more than expand my knowledge. It refined my purpose. It introduced me to friendships I did not expect and to networks I did not know I needed. Through policy dialogues, late-night research, mentorship conversations, and candid debates over coffee, we did more than study diplomacy. We practiced it with each other. We learned how to disagree respectfully. We learned how to collaborate across perspectives. We learned how to build trust. And in that process, we built friendships that will outlast this program. This relationship matters because diplomacy at its core is about people. Before it's about states, communities, or protocols, it's about trust and human connection. This fellowship has strengthened both. Through exposure to seasoned diplomats and practitioners, I began to see diplomacy differently, not simply as representation, not merely as negotiation, but as responsibility. Responsibility to build partnerships that last beyond handshakes, responsibility to ensure agreements translate into outcomes, responsibility to ask difficult questions about impact. And it was during this journey that I discovered my passion for monitoring and evaluation. Some people find excitement in drafting communiques, others in high-level negotiation. I discovered mine in asking, how will I measure success? How do we ensure efficiency? And how do we sustain partnership long after the photo opportunities and the handshakes? Graduation is often about celebrating where we have arrived, but today, I believe we celebrate something deeper. Clarity of purpose and the networks that carry us forward. This fellowship taught me that confidence does not come from knowing everything. It comes from knowing your value. And I no longer enter into rooms asking, do I belong here? Instead, I ask, what value can I add? And now I know I don't enter these rooms alone. I have carried a network with me. The partnership between Conrad Adenauer Stiftung and the International Relations Society of Kenya is more than institutional collaboration. It is intentional nation building. It is a bridge between theory and practice, a bridge between emerging leaders and seasoned diplomats, a bridge between Kenya and Germany, a bridge between Africa and Europe, but it's also a bridge between individuals, people who might have never met, now connected through shared purpose. This program did not simply expose us to diplomacy, it embedded us within a professional community. We gained access to mentors, peers, policymakers, and practitioners who have opened doors and broadened our horizons. Networks are often spoken about strategically, but here they were built authentically. As Kenya strengthens partnerships such as those between Kenya and Germany, there is space for our generation to contribute meaningfully. There is space to integrate structured monitoring and evaluation frameworks into youth diplomacy initiatives. There is space to track the impact of skills development programs, governance exchanges, and sustainable cooperation. Our generation is no longer satisfied with symbolic engagement. We want sustainable outcomes, we want accountability, and we want diplomacy that delivers. And we now have networks and friendships and mentorship to pursue that vision with confidence. To Matthias Kapina Absentia, Ms. Hangi, Eva Okot, Victor Oteku, thank you for walking this journey with us. Your mentorship did not just inform us, it challenged us and connected us. To the leadership of RSK, Dr. Kizito Zavala, Ms. Rosie Musera, Mr. Leonard Wanyama, Dr. Peter Mwencha, Mr. Moroge Obonyo, Dr. Janet Kiguru, and the entire RSK Council, thank you for investing in young professionals, not just as a gesture, but a strategy. We did not just train individuals, we strengthened a network. To my fellow graduates, we did not just complete a program, we built friendships. We sharpened our thinking, we expanded our networks, we grew in confidence. We learned that diplomacy begins long before official titles. It begins with integrity, curiosity, and collaboration. The relationships we built here are the ones we sit across negotiation tables, collaborate on policy briefs, coordinate international programs, or represent institutions in different parts of the world. And when that day comes, we will not be strangers. To future fellows in this room, mentorship is not luxury, it's leverage. And networks are not transactional. They are long-term investments in shared growth. As we graduate today, we step into a world that is complex, contested, and constantly evolving. Geopolitics is shifting, alliances recalibrating, climate, technology, security challenges demand fresh thinking. But I think you are confident. Confident because you have been prepared, confident because you are connected, confidence because we understand that diplomacy is both strategy and service. As I move forward, I carry simple principles with me that I'd like to share with you. Work with excellence, stay informed, be persistent, be consistent, and nurture the relationship that make meaningful diplomacy possible. The future does not unfold beautifully by chance. It unfolds beautifully, but when preparation meets opportunity, and when community supports ambition. Today we celebrate completion. Tomorrow we begin contribution together. Shall we? Thank you and congratulations to us all.
Thank you so much, Esther. In popular debate, you keep hearing people are looking for power. But on a light note, Esther is one of our graduates who have a lot of power because she's in charge of our membership. And for those ones who are always applying, it is to her that we're always referring to. For those of you who might think of joining IRSK immediately after this, I'm sorry, Esther, I've just added you some workload following your speech. So, with that now, I'd like to invite our chief guest, that is Ambassador Haji, Ambassador Mwencha, the Vice Chancellor, to maybe just stand here, then we can give certificates to the graduates. This will then be followed by the new cohort who will join you. After those ones who have gotten the certificates, the new cohort, I'll call them out. They'll join you for a photo op. And then there will be, sorry? Yes, and also Caroline, you'll join the chief guest there in awarding the certificates. And then there will be gifts that will be given to some of our guests. And so just welcome, maybe just walk to, because we'll do this right here in the interest of time. Oda, please guide our guests in terms of arrangements. And then Caroline, you can join them. So I'd like to call up Diana Katundu. Please clap for her. She will then also be joined by Edgar Mkala and Esther Nambuyo, whom you have just heard from. And Peterson Waweru. So Ambassador Mwencha will be awarding Diana Katundu. Clap for her. Edgar Mkala will out. Caroline, you will award Peterson Waweru. Peterson, well, karibu sana and congratulations. Ambassador Aji will award Edgar Mkala. The Vice Chancellor will award Esther Nambuyo. Congratulations to you all. So I think you'll have one photo with these fellows first. Yes. Yes. Another great photo before we call in the other fellows. Thank you so much. I think the fellows can just step aside. I think they want to award the gifts to the guests. Thank you so much. Just one moment. Alright, thank you so much. I think we can release you now. Thank you for being such patient. We really appreciate you making time for the fellows. Now that is not the end. We've had the 4 who have graduated today, but there is a new cohort that is joining them. And so I'd like to unveil that new cohort. And I will play a bias game here, considering that we are at the Catholic University. And as I told you, my teachers are here. They are standing watching very keenly, probably to give me new marks in the outer world here. So let me begin the unveiling by calling Lorraine Catoni from Catholic University. Please step forward. Congratulate her. She is then followed by Yasmin Mohamed Nasur, also from the Catholic University of East Africa. And third, as I said, I'm playing a little bias game here. I'd like to call Jacqueline Nyambura, also from the Catholic University of East Africa. I hope I got all my marks. I then want to call Innocent Nyoni from the University of Nairobi. Ramas Ibrahim Mohammed from the University of Nairobi. Yasmin Dani from the University of Nairobi. I'm informed that some might not be here, so if you're aware, you just get Jasmine Aten from USIU. Clap for her. Yeshi Yedo Siko from the University of Nairobi. Eunice Wauda Mwawasi from the University of Nairobi. I have special mention. For us, we know Eunice as Mama Protocol. She keeps us all in check. Congratulations. Nicole Akini from MKU. Congratulations. Dennis Goro Munyuyu from Technical University of Kenya. Is he here? Great. Adrian Nzala from Strathmore University. Evans Juguna Kiuna from Maseno. Sean Asige from UON. And Elsie Wambui from University of Nairobi UON. Please clap for them and give them a big hand. Yeah, so I think we'll just have a photo session. Maybe I should move because I'm not a fellow. I don't want to steal the spotlight. Karibuni sana for fellowship, and we wish you all the best in the coming year on your journey in a diplomatic life. All right. Any more photos? Okay. So you can take your seats, and then I'll make just a few words and come back. Thank you. I know in the normal hierarchy of things, it's like an educative journey and so forth. I hope you get to think of this as more of becoming colleagues rather than being taught. From the speeches you heard earlier, this is set up so that it can be very experiential. You sometimes will teach us certain things, and for instance, we will teach you certain things. But like every other IRSK activity, this is mainly built on the engagements that we have throughout the year and the networks that we have. Now, why this is very special is because when we came here the first time in 2024, we came just before the protests. And in listening to your conversations, IRSK was fortunate enough to be ahead of the curve. Because when people were asking us about youth affairs, we were saying, when we were at the forum, the students told us A, B, C, D, and we felt quite privileged with that. This is also a very special place because as we have grown and we have partners, thanks to the welcome that Queer has offered us over these 3 years. I can remember the time when we had almost no resources, and we had almost like a miracle out there, where from the little resources we had, and I want to mention Sister Rose, I to date don't really know what you did that day, but we really fed students soda and mandazi out there. It felt like the story of Jesus of fish and bread, you know, like we had very little resources. We planned and we were worried that we had guests here and we didn't know how we were going to keep them, but there was a long queue and we fed everyone, and we even had people whom we fed in the canteen. And so it's a very special place because, as I said, the seed that we planted here has really germinated and grown into other things. So you can see the output that has come in terms of this project of the Youth Fellowship. You can see the other activities that we have. You can see the partners that have come along. And it is all because of what happened here the first time 3 years ago. In closing, the first thing I'd like to introduce my follower, as I will be the outgoing CEO. It is good that you put a name to the face, so please, Moronge, Bonyo, please stand up so that everyone can see you. This is the incoming CEO. We look forward to his guidance as we go into our next phase. And he has been there long enough, he knows a number of the things that will be carrying on from here. I know there's a gentleman here who is the head of the alumni, as a fellow alumni, and I heard about how do we attract people back. You know, the library is here. You can maybe create a special library card for alumni so that you can come and read good things here. And I'm sure alumni will be paying. So, Bonavisi, if you can organize an alumni card, we can use facilities like the library, because libraries are public, and that would be also a good way of engaging. You can get some resource to run a few things here, but also keep a lot of us engaged, because I know a lot of others who want to come in and they're probably watching and they'll be asking me a lot of questions, so kindly consider that. In closing, I think I've said that the second time, I'm becoming a politician. You know, it's also a special time when Catholics and Muslims are sharing Lent and Ramadan at the same time. And so I just want to make reference to how to get from the rhetoric to action. One thing people might not know because it's intangible, but it is a good point of action, is having goodwill with each other. the goodwill that Catholic has shown us, the goodwill that CAS has shown us, the goodwill that we show each other as members, the goodwill that we show each other as Young Diplomats Forum, is all very important in moving from theory to action. And it is interesting, in this time of reflection for both faiths, that I just discovered that the patron saint of diplomats is Saint Gabriel the Archangel, because he is a divine messenger, he is an intercessor, particularly in this time when we need peace in the world. I think it's a good model to think about who are we as diplomats. And being a diplomat is not only being a track one diplomat. We are all diplomats. It is the skill that we need to have peace in the world. And so with that, I want to thank you all for your support. Thank you all for having us here today. And I'd like to pass this back to Daktari so that we can then go for our health break, and back to you, Daktari. Thank you so much.
For Wanyama who have been quite instrumental in having this succeed. As we prepare to go for the short break, before that, I want to announce that we have a live stream on Choir YouTube. We are live, and also courtesy of Choir, Wi-Fi is available within this room. So I want to usher in Dr. Mchoki.
It's my humble duty to call the DPC Academic and Student Affairs, Professor Justus Mchoki, to do a presentation to our guests.
Everyone, we are looking at the entrance because someone was working to confirm. So, Ruth, everyone here, please. Maybe, yeah, maybe we can do it at the team. I think for the sake of time, I'll find requests that we can do it and close the... Okay.
Okay, thank you. Everybody is here, so everything is okay.
So, Vice Chancellor, please, you can come over. Please. And the DPC also, Korea, come over here, we give our guests these messages. The first one goes to His Excellency. Please come over here. Yes, yes. Okay. Thank you so much. His Excellency, what the news will be there? Yes, gentlemen are here. Very good. Hold on a bit. Is that? His Excellency are calling here. Madam Caroline, and DPC can do that over there. Okay. My colleague, Kisito, from University of Nairobi, and I saw University of Nairobi students here, very many of them. I think they are part of this team. Allow me to know that very last one will go to Bwana Wanyama. He identified so much with us. Wanyama, please come over here. Thank you so much. Yeah. Very good. Thank you so much. Back to you.
Thank you, Akam, for VC and the team, the ABC. Right, I know we have sat for long, and we want to have a tea break. It is on my watch, it is noon. We give ourselves 20 minutes. We have tea. We have some people with some vouchers, then we have even a food truck out there. I just spent 20 minutes so that by 12:20 we are back here for the next session, which will take half an hour. That is the inclusive diplomacy session. Then thereafter, maybe we might not have the other break. We'll decide if we shall have lunch break or we continue, then we have that towards the end. But for now, let's have that break and ensure that remember all what we are doing. We are streaming live, and let's interact. All the universities which are here, interact with our students from Korea and build your network. Having said that, I want to wish bon appetit as you take that tea for 20 minutes. Okay, very good, sir. Sorry, being reminded also we shall have a photo session. As you are moving up there before tea, let's have one big photo. Let's see how many people can fit within that photo. So as we walk near the stairs, Dr. Mwenche, you are there. Organize the team so that we can have a photo there. Everybody should be in that photo, so ensure you fit within that photo, all of us.
mapenzi ya mtu, bali ni mapenzi ya Mungu. Ukitamka bila baraka kanitamkia, yote si mapenzi ya mtu, bali kwa mapenzi ya Mungu. Uhai wangu mie nimemkabidhi yeye. Ukitaka kunigusa mie, unataka kunigusa yeye. Ukinigusa kwa mema nitakubariki, nitakubariki. Ila ukitaka kwa mabaya usishiriki, wala sio rahisi.
Mic test 1 2. Mic test 1 2. Mic test 1 2. Mic test 1 2. Who is mic number 3? Who is mic number 3? Sound technician. Sound tech. I need mic number 3 on stage. Lucas Baraza Ojiam.
hadi saa sita. Nifika hivi kwa kukubali mimi mchita. Ya siku na kinikulu na shida. Unashika kasavera, ukivaleza vitazani tuna kunisindeshana shida. Nikifika stadi na mimi tembejana.
Studio. Thank you. Those who are outside, kindly get in. We want to start. Time is not on our side. Let's get in. The panelists already are here. And we're going to start the next 3 minutes. Dr. Mwanja, I know you're out there to make sure that people get in. And what we're going to do, we are going to do back-to-back sessions. We are not going to break for lunch to minimize time loss. So allow that we do that. As we wait for people to get in, I want to recognize the presence of Maseno University, again, KU University, ZTech, Egerton, University of Nairobi, AMREF, KEMO, DESTA, Chuka University, UICU, MKU, Pioneer, Strathmore, Murang'a, University of Rhodes, Rihanna, Cooperative, Tangaza, and the host choir. So you can see, I think this year the number has increased. Last year we had 10, and now you can see we have doubled the number, and we are very encouraged because you can see we are growing year after year. So as we get in, we want to start off. It is now 12:44. If we could start by 12:50 in the next 6 minutes. Moderator, is that okay? I think that will be quite okay. That as they settle, we can continue as they settle because I didn't have, we have the half audience. So I thank you for the patience. I think the queue was a bit longer, and that's why maybe we have delayed, but I think, and remember that we have also some other food truck out there where you can go grab something, maybe water or whatever. So there are those matters here who can be able to sort you out. So remember that. So we cannot keep the panelists waiting. So I'm waiting for those who are getting in to settle down so that now I'll usher in the moderator. Eunice. So settle. Those who are entering, the people who are making us no start, just take your seat. And I want to say that our Vice Chancellor has gone back to office. He has some visitors, so kindly receive his apology, but he's with us. So he told me to give that apology, that we have got a commission for university education with us, and he has gone to have a meeting with them. So, but remember, he was able to welcome us in this kind of facility and also university. So, Madam Eunice, manage your time, because now I think you are supposed to have 30 minutes. So, I think I want to give you back the mic.
Hi guys. Hello. Hi, I'm Japan Chai. boys? All the women? Thank you very much. Reforming diplomatic institutions for youth and gender inclusion is the topic of the day, and I have a fantastic lineup of esteemed panelists. Can you see them? And I am so proud and honored to be the moderator of this session because I proudly belong to both groups. My name is Eunice Wabuda. Please join me for this powerful and engaging discussion. Without further ado, I will give our esteemed panelists a minute or two to briefly introduce themselves and touch the topic of why these two groups are important in our conversation today. I will start with my immediate left, Dr. Sabala, then we'll move to the other side. And then I will throw in questions to them, which they will respond. And then after that, we will come to you, so you can listen in as you prepare your questions. We'll have a session for the Q&A sessions from you. Thank you. Dr. Sabala.
Thank you, Oda, and good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, my name is Kizito Sabala. In the first session, I was the chair of the RSK. In the second session, I was the dean of the young diplomats. Now, I stand here as partly a practitioner and a scholar in the field of diplomacy and international relations. So, just to speak to this very briefly, I think the question of reforming institutions to include youth and the women is extremely important because traditionally the diplomatic field has been dominated by elites, basically men, and the space of women is increasingly they're being involved now, but I think the youth are still remaining behind. And I want to argue that the missing link today in both diplomatic institutions, and ministries, and foreign affairs is really the fact that they do not reflect the diversity of the community of the society, the youth, the women, and the men.
A round of applause.
Thank you for the introduction. Also, I think it was quite useful to hear that 36% of our population is the youth, but also I think slightly 50% of our population in Kenya are women. So my name is Cecilia Kituri. I'm here in front of you. The panel might not represent 50%, but you can see where we have a long way to go. And so I'm particularly interested in these two topics because I have been a benefactor of reforms, institutional reforms, in my role and working for the International Committee of the Red Cross, where I have been working for the last 20 years. So I was in your space when I joined the ICRC as an intern in 2006, and I grew in the institution because there were reforms that took place and they continue to take place that allow us to be able to be not just participants, but also equal partners when we come to discuss issues around humanitarian diplomacy and negotiation for access and protection. And so I'm happy to be here to be able to share insights and also to hear from the panelists as well from their wide experience on how we can be able to bridge that gap. Asante.
Thank you, Cecilia.
Thank you very much, and I'm very happy to join you this morning. My name is Anthony Okara. I currently serve as the Special Ambassador for the African Leaders Malaria Alliance. It's an alliance that brings together our 55 heads of state in Africa, but dedicated to the war on malaria. They're trying to eliminate it by 2030. That remains our goal, and it's quite an interesting one. Now, on the topic today about gender inclusion and the youth, diplomacy has been changing a lot of recent times. And when you look, the eye test, when I first heard this topic, I was a little taken aback, wondering about gender inclusion. because when you look at the most powerful country, the US, the last three foreign ministers have been women, and they have been trendsetters. When you look at the EU, the first time they set up an office to establish foreign affairs to discuss jointly all the states, the first person was a woman, and she set quite a powerful trend. Here in Kenya, we had two very strong foreign ministers, in Amina Mohammed and Monica Juma. And so the first, when you look at it, you're thinking, are we really having an issue? But when you dig deeper, because of this topic, I began to realize that perhaps it's not so much that there are no women professionals in this area, but that the system, the way it is established, does not provide for the complete exploitation of that talent. And that perhaps is what we're going to have a discussion on today. Thank you.
Thank you. Please appreciate our panelists.
Thank you very much. My name is Tom Mono. I joined the Foreign Service of Kenya in 1983, and I wish to debunk some myths. The first is that women are underrepresented in the foreign ministry. I'm talking about the foreign ministry. When I joined in 1983, we were a group of about 15. Of that number, 8 were women. A group of them, Purity Ngare, now Purity Ngare, Emma Shitaka joined the UN, and before us, Josephine Award became an ambassador and so on. So I would argue that at that time, 1983, we were balanced with equal. In fact, in 1985, CIDA, Canadian Institute for Development, CIDA, did a study in the whole of Africa, and they found that Kenya had the highest level of mid and top managers in the whole of the continent of Africa. And it's not even anecdotal. My own bosses, when I joined the foreign ministry, and even as far as when I left, the whole milieu of technicians in the foreign ministry, and I'm talking about the foreign ministry, were women. And again, just to say another thing, we were all young, so there's a mythology around youth not being represented. I was a young man in 1983. Don't be fooled by my good looks. There was a time I was younger than this. And I was small. There's a young man over here. I was as small as he was. And there were youth. People came to us. We came with new ideas when I joined the foreign ministry. The old guard who were there listened to us. So too, when we now move into this new era, they have to listen to you. In the work that I did just before I left, I finished my tour in Berlin in 2024. But before that, I was the Chief Technical Officer of the Foreign Ministry, called the Political and Diplomatic Secretary. At that point, everybody I interacted with at the specialized level were young men and young women. My team in the PDS's office up to today is known as the PDS Academy, the Political and Diplomatic Secretary Academy. Women and men alike. And in fact, of that group who were in my academy, all of them, one of them is currently the Deputy Chief of Staff for the Foreign Minister, Mercy Adongo, who worked in Addis and I think Okara knows it. And the people who populated the foreign ministry at the most important levels. So we have to think carefully. Maybe what is happening outside of the foreign ministry is different, and maybe we can interrogate that. Thank you.
Oh my goodness, can you appreciate our panel? Thank you. By the way, gender means both men and women, but in this context, it's skewed to women. So here we go. Ambassador Okara, I truly want to agree with you that indeed diplomacy
Not only has it evolved, but in recent times, it's changing much faster than many of us realize. And the issues today that we're handling, traditionally, as ambassadors indicated, we had state-to-state negotiations for advancing national interests, mostly about trade. But we are having new ideas like digital governance, climate policy, global health. These are becoming the issues that are very different from what was being handled in the past. And because of that, diplomacy has now evolved in several ways. I'll just touch on three. Diplomacy has become far more networked. It's far more networked than it was in the times that when Ambassador Amolo joined the service. Traditionally, it was conducted primarily between states. We had a state-centric approach to diplomacy, but nowadays, increasingly, we're getting involved civil society, the private sector, international organizations, networks of experts and young professionals are getting involved. And there's nothing that can be done about it. You must engage the young people, especially on certain topics, which they are far better as tutored than we can have. The second point has been the growing recognition that diverse perspectives are in strengthened decision making. I think the ambassador mentioned this academy, the young team in the ministry. It's very diverse. And when you're making process decisions, engaging different groups, most institutions are beginning to now really appreciate that when you have that kind of diverse, it strengthens your approach, it gives you leverage, and you engage better. In fact, you're better understood by the people that you're engaging in, different organizations and countries. The third point is that diplomacy now addresses issues such as climate change, digital governance, global health, which are inherently intergenerational. All right? And when you look at issues that I've just referred to as, for instance, technology, the younger people are far more, when we're looking, I was watching the other day a program where someone was cross-examining a witness before the Congress and suggested that this person had taken a stance that appeared not consistent with the US policy. And when the person asked, what are you referring to? He talked about a page which is run digitally. It uses, they take your name and they will attribute remarks to you. And this senator had no idea that this platform exists. But most of the younger generation is 100% familiar with it. So you're better off in engaging the youth if you want to have the right issues being discussed, because they will give you the right kind of information and not to embarrass yourself at that level. So this is how it is evolving and what we need to take on board in engaging in diplomacy.
Thank you. For sure, we all witnessed the emerging areas, the climate change, the AI, the cybersecurity, and that kind of leads me to Cecilia, because Cecilia, you are humanitarian diplomacy and you worked there for 20 years, as you mentioned. And I think humanitarian is also kind of a new area that the youth could delve in. And perhaps you could share with us, because humanitarian diplomacy often operates at an intersection of conflict. And we've seen new areas of conflict, we have seen negotiations and how it has evolved over the time. We have seen the protection of the vulnerable populations, especially the children. Why is gender inclusion particularly critical in the humanitarian diplomacy today?
Thank you very much for that question. So maybe just a quick background. The International Committee of the Red Cross is an international organization. We're also the custodian of the Geneva Conventions, the laws of war. And if you've been following what has been happening in the Middle East, but also just globally, there's been a lot of conflicts. Conflicts that are just not non-international armed conflicts, but also international armed conflicts. And so part of the ICRC's work is really centered around humanitarian diplomacy to be able to negotiate for access, for protection in crisis or in situations of armed violence and conflict. So when we look at how gender inclusion and also just how the youth are included in these kinds of conversations, when we look at protection issues, women are afflicted differently in terms of conflict. Children, girls, are also affected differently when we talk about issues around gender-based violence. The youth, we've seen young people being conscripted into the military at very young ages, and that also takes away generations. And so if we're going to talk about lasting peace, if we're going to talk about humanitarian diplomacy and effective processes and dialogue at that level to ensure humanitarian assistance reaches the right people, then we have to change how we perceive women and the youth. We don't look at them as beneficiaries of the aid, but actually active participants in the dialogue of negotiations for peace and also for access. And so it's important and very critical that women and youth are included in the table from the very beginning, because it will also shape how the responses will be, or humanitarian responses will be delivered, but at the same time, as they are negotiating for access and protection issues, then they would bring this unique perspective. You know, women are part of the community, they're the ones who know the vulnerabilities within the community, they're embedded in it, and at the same time, the youth, you mentioned about tech savvy, it's the youth who are able to mobilize, you know, and so they're the ones who are, will bring the innovation to the conversations of humanitarian diplomacy, and so having them at the very, very beginning will really change the outcome of the humanitarian diplomacy that we seek, especially in situations of armed violence where the ICRC plays a very critical role, and especially now. Thank you.
Thank you. That is quite something. Please appreciate Cecilia. Thank you very much. To you, Ambassador Amolo, having represented Kenya on the global stage, I am so sure you have witnessed diplomacy at its highest level. And beyond simply having women and youth in diplomatic institutions, please share with us how critical these groups actively add value and influence policy, and some of the examples that you have seen throughout your career where diverse perspectives, particularly from women and young professionals, have materially improved diplomatic outcomes.
Thank you very much. Let me begin by latching on to the point made by my distinguished colleague, Ms. Kituri. In fact, it's because of recognition of the place of women in resolving, in post-conflict peace building in particular, that they evolved a period in our diplomacy where we carved out within the United Nations women, peace, and security. It's an area where the world realized that without women involved in managing post-conflict peace building issues, there'd be no lasting peace. Secondly, relating to that, out of that also became a realization that you have to inculcate, you have to involve, you have to include young people in devising the way forward. So out of the United Nations also came something called youth, peace, and security. Because that included a perspective that heretofore was not included. Now, with regard to the place of women in diplomacy, like I said, when I joined in 1983, easily half my cohort were women. And easily all of us were young. So there was nothing about the young people are being excluded or not. The raw material of diplomacy is youth. And youth includes men and women. And easily, even now with you, as you go into diplomatic work, and diplomacy now has evolved. You can be an ambassador for Kara, working at the AU. You can be Ambassador Kituri, working in ICRC. You can be Ambassador Mwencha, who started as an economist. So the different places in which you can place your talents. So that's what happened with us. Everybody who joined the foreign ministry were young people, and those of us who left were also young people Emma Shitaka joined the United Nations. And so that's the first. Second thing is, did we influence policy? Of course we did. Why? Because we came with fresh ideas. When I joined the foreign ministry, at the time there was something bubbling called the Falklands War. And my department was the Americas department. And I was very excited because my philosophy was left of center. And I wanted to push an agenda that made Kenya push the United Kingdom away from the Malvinas. And I wrote a piece where I argued that Malvinas was part of the Cordillera de los Andes, which is part of the continental shelf of Argentina, and therefore the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland had no right to be there. So I wrote this piece, it went out to my bosses, and they told me, hey, young man, watch your pussy. Because national interests predominate over simple technical calculation. However, because of that position I've taken, it caused our leadership to take more time and understand what is this young man bringing to the table. And indeed, within the Americas department, they carved out a think tank that looked at issues which were not dealt with regularly. Okay? Issues like, at that time, the FARC, the Colombian guerrilla movement was a big thing. We didn't have an eyesight on that. So the point I'm making is this. We had an influence in making the leadership of the foreign ministry think about other things. Let me go as recently as 2020, when we were campaigning for the UN Security Council the second time. And we had a group of us that were very creative, and because of their generational position, understood the world in a very different way from the way we thought about it. For example, one of my colleagues is now in a very high level intelligence place, we will not name it. He said, Balozi, this thing we're trying to do with country X, so and so, who is the wife of this leader, lives in Uganda, or has a friend in Uganda. And this lady is a good friend of our foreign minister. So maybe what we ought to do is to tweak that relationship, and we can get output. We did. So there's a direct impact on the creativity of youth in coming up with ideas that were acceptable and were able to drive policy. Now, I have to admit, we were in a unique place. I was open to ideas. Ambassador Mashaya was open to ideas. Ambassador Monica Juma was open to ideas. Ambassador Mina Mohammed, and Ambassador Rachel Omamo. You notice all of them are career ambassadors. And we were open to young people in our midst, driving us, telling us, but those are here I need, and say, okay, but my experience tells me, let us mix it this way. So that there is a direct impact on the young people who we hire at a certain level, okay? All of them young, and who now impact in politics. Now I have to make one distinction. There was a group, however, that we hired midstream, people who had other careers, an engineer, a doctor, land economist, communication specialist. Now, when they came in, their thinking was, I want to get better financially. So the culture that had been built up in the foreign ministry, they did not embrace it. And it took time for them to become part of the milieu, part of the cultural mix that enabled the foreign ministry to work well. So the answer to your question is yes, direct impact, and definitely with this academy I'm talking about. By the way, this PBS Academy It wasn't an actual thing, it was just people who we nurtured. And I tell you, Ambassador Mina nurtured them, Ambassador Monica Juma nurtured. In fact, now, Ambassador Monica Juma has a stake nurturing women. And she called me the other day as an honorary woman because I nurture women as well. So there is a possibility that these structures have not been thrown out and can be re-energized for the future of this young group of diplomats. Thank you.
Wow, very impactful. That is indeed very impactful. And to you, Dr. Sabana, I know you wear many hats today, but today in your capacity as a senior lecturer, and a tough one for that matter, my fellow students in this room can attest to that. I think all these ambitions, they all start from classroom, right? So academic institutions are very critical and very important to this conversation. Dr. Savannah, would you kindly be gracious enough to share your wisdom with us on how academic institutions can truly and impactfully equip young people, especially women, to lead in emerging areas that have been mentioned, like technology, AI, cybersecurity, combating misinformation, and other emerging areas. And are these successful models that can bridge academic learning with diplomatic engagements?
Thank you for that very tough question. I thought you would ask these panelists the tough ones. So I think academic institutions, or for that matter, even think tanks, I think they have a role to play. First, I think is building a foundation for you to take off with sufficient knowledge and skills. So the first level there is exactly what we're doing in academic institutions. You teach the theories, and if you're lucky like myself, having worked in an international organization, you do a mix-up with the practical examples and so on. But the first baseline is really for you to be equipped to understand what this basic thing we call diplomacy, foreign policy, and IR, all interlinked and interactive international program. But I think beyond that, then you need to have honed your not only communication skills, but also your analytical skills. And part of the things I think the society we can borrow from that is really to provide the space where you can meet personalities who have been in this position for many years. They bring on the table lived experiences which you can borrow from. And I think today we've been very lucky to have quite a number of them speaking to us. But also, moving forward, I think, as it has been alluded to here, the field of diplomacy is not domiciled in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs alone. You can build your career in this field without necessarily looking at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs as your ultimate employer, and if you miss that, you become very gloomy, you say, oh, now I've lost all of it. I personally, I was also not an international relations person. Actually, I'm a graduate in economics. It is only my second degree that came in international relations and diplomacy. So, and also when I was leaving the university, I was working at the Ministry of the Treasury. In fact, I went there several times to ask people how, when I joined, what would happen, because I just thought this is where I should work. So the point I'm making is that we open up space for you to also see activities in international relations, diplomacy, foreign policy, outside the traditional institutions like the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the UN, and so on.
Appreciate Dr. Sabala. That is quite an eye-opening. Back to you, Ambassador Okara. If diplomatic institutions are to remain relevant, changes are necessary to ensure that young professionals and women are meaningfully integrated into the diplomatic leadership and other spaces?
Thank you. I will ride on Ambassador Modo's initial reaction to the issue of inclusion. And I would say that it is true when you look at the way things have been handled in Kenya, how it has been developed, when you look at the ministry, the careers that have emerged from there, and the impact they've had across the continent and beyond. And we can borrow from that. We can borrow from the way it has been approached in that ministry and beyond. Now, I will add a quick rider. And if you are listening closely to the Ambassador, I think there was a lesson in how to diplomatically engage with very difficult issues. He did imply, and I will build on it, that you may have very good understanding of diplomacy, have the right skills, and have the right training. However, as you say in Kenya, for ground, sometimes things tend to be different. And when you encounter colleagues that are not as wired in the same way, whose interests may be different, and whose goal, you'll be told that a diplomat's goal is to promote national interest. And you study, organize, and say for the national interest and to pursue this. And when you go to brief your superior, you'll find his headspace is elsewhere. And that becomes a tremendous challenge. So that is one area that needs to be addressed. How do we get our administration focused on national interest? All right? How do you get teams of players who are there, whose primary goal? Economic interest is not a bad thing, but it should not be placed ahead of the national interest. And how do you manage that process? All right? Now, Kenya has done well, so I'll talk about the African continent. When you look at the countries that have really done well in terms of engaging young people and women in particular, Rwanda comes to mind, Botswana comes to mind. But unfortunately, these are more of the exception than the norm. Okay? And therefore, we may need to perhaps to borrow from institutions like the African Union, which has made a deliberate aim to have this. So in fact, you have 10 commissioners at the AU. These are the highest policy-making level, and it's a requirement that you must have one woman and one man each time each region elects. So this comes from the 5 regions of Africa, and you have one woman and one man at each level. So at any given time, I used to enjoy our meetings with the EU where they talk to us about gender, and we point to our talk and say, we have 50% balance. What about you? And in Europe, despite all the noise they make, it is never more than 1/3. All right? So we can borrow from that. How can we practically do it without, again, compromising overall direction of what you're trying to achieve? These are suggestions which can be considered and actually engendered into our preparation of the diplomatic path.
Thank you. Thank you, Ambassador Modo, for that green light of Makopo. Yes, and to you, Cecilia, you have quite rise from your rank from an intern and you've built successfully 20 years of career, which is really commendable. And perhaps we could learn a lot from you. And from that experience and working in this humanitarian diplomacy sector, what practical measures has OCAN International Organization take to ensure that women move from participation to actual leadership and influence within the diplomatic institutions?
Oh, that's a heavy one. I'm almost feeling like I'm talking for all the women here, so let me give it a shot. Again, Dr. Sabala, you mentioned about academic circles and how you can be able to leverage on that so that you can get into this space. I was a student at USIU many years ago. I participated in the International Humanitarian Moot Court, and that's how I found myself in the ICRC after I won the internship program, and I was there for 6 months. And so during that time, what was very profound for me was that my head of delegation despite me being a student, allowed me a space in the meeting. Every Monday, I would do the political analysis for the region, covering Kenya, Djibouti, and Tanzania, but also now going into the Africa region, and I would have to do that every Monday in front of all these people with, you know, a lot of experience. And I think looking back, that was building my confidence and also allowing me to sit on the table and see how I can not just participate, but be actively contributing to the conversations and the dialogue. And I think that really changed how my career path grew within the organization. I, you know, started rising into an officer. I started being given countries that I was in charge of. At some point, I had 7 countries, and I was barely 25. And that I attributed a lot to the leadership of the organization, who were men, by the way, who really held my hand and would take me to all these meetings. And if I can give you sort of like an idea of what the international Red Cross and Red Crescent movement looks like, the ICRC is more than 160 years old. Only 5 years ago did we have a president who was female. Can you see? Yeah? We go to the International Federation of the Red Cross and Red Crescent Society, which is also a component of the movement. They're over 100 years old, and again, only 5 years ago, they got a woman president, right? Currently, in Kenya, my head of delegation, we've been in Nairobi for 51 years. She's the first woman head of delegation in Nairobi. So it takes time, yeah? And it means that the systems, you know, they have been there for a while, but then they require people who actively step into those spaces and have the organization being conducive for us to be able to take on some of those roles. Like I mentioned, the ICRC works in very volatile contexts. Security is a big issue. And so perhaps some of the decisions that the women have in the organization at the time was fear of security, right? So again, back to humanitarian diplomacy. As humanitarian diplomacy becomes more effective and accepted, then protection issues also starts becoming, you know, sort of somewhat mitigated, that then can allow women like myself to venture into those spaces. I've worked in Azerbaijan, in Baku, and if you're aware of your international relations, Azerbaijan was in a conflict with Armenia over the Nagorno-Karabakh, and I got an opportunity to be able to go there. And the reason I went there was because then, for some of the roles within the institution, if I was to be able to grow, I needed field experience. And sometimes field experience means you're going there for 2 to 3 years. And that becomes very limiting for women in the organization to be able to take that up. But now, we're able to take up short missions, 3 months, 6 months, and that cumulatively can contribute to your field operational experience. And so then now, when I see roles that require, you know, leadership roles, head of missions, heads of delegation, I'm more qualified to be able to take those roles because then the organization somewhat allowed me to do that. Simple things like also just flexible working hours. That also allows us to be able to take up roles knowing that we're not sort of, you know, compromising on one side. I mean, women tend to be the primary caregivers in their families, and so it means we're either taking care of aging parents or young families, and so that is also something that we factor in before we take those roles. And so having an institution that allows you to have flexi hours, allows you to chart your career pathway, really contributed to me to be where I am. But let me give you a practical example of why it's also important to really have women around the table. In 2015, I was in an operation when the conflict in Burundi had escalated, and there were 15,000 Burundians who had crossed over into Tanzania, and they were blocked on the Lake Tanganyika. There were women and children and men. And we quickly set up a humanitarian coordination platform, and I was the only woman there. And so when we were discussing what would be the needs to ensure that we can transport these women, children, and men refugees who had crossed over to Tanzania, set them up in a camp, and while we decide how we are going to negotiate with the Tanzanian authorities to be able to give us a space to set up a refugee camp, there's this thing they call dignity kits. This is what's given to women and children, let's say women and young girls, to be able to address issues around menstrual periods, but also childbirth, etc. It's really just one kit. It has a few items, and that's just it. You're given that, and that should sustain you forever. So I, naively asked, could we have a look at what's in the kit? And we opened it, and I was like, women do not just go through cycles once. So we might need to rethink a sustainable way on what else can be in the kit. And there was a look of like, oh yeah, you're right. Something very simple, but then we have to think about sustainable ways to be able to support women in these situations in a dignified manner. They could be there for the next 5 years, who knows, right? And remember, they have no access to income, they cannot purchase things, they cannot leave the confinement they're in. And so they asked me, what do you have in mind? And I said, okay, let's have a look at maybe other options that can be able to support them. It could be menstrual cups, it could be perhaps revisiting them every quarter and factoring that in the budgeting to show you how we will have big budgets for food, for shelter, for water, but we do not have budgets for dignity kids. And so if I wasn't in that conversation, I wonder what would have happened. And so it's true, we do need to have women in those spaces to be able to influence even what kind of response they have. I'm sure even now you've been seeing the response to the floods. When you look at the media stations, who do they tend to interview the most? Women. Because they're the closest to the field realities, or to the realities that they are facing at that time, and they'll be able to clearly articulate some of those issues that they have. And so if you're in those spaces, you need to be able to actively seek out those women who are within the community, the young people who are also within that community, to give you sustainable, lasting solutions about their current state. And so again, back to what I said, let's not look at them as beneficiaries of aid, but active participants in what they want. And even in my work within the ICRC, we've seen that happen a lot. I mean, the Linda Inchi operation in Lamu affected a lot of the youth. And so we were calling them around the table and asking, okay, what are the issues that you're going through? Most of them were fishermen, and now they can't fish. So what else can you do? Some of them wanted to be coxswains, others wanted to start carving businesses, and that's where the investment went, as opposed to us imagining what the youth would need. Again, women, during the Pekatoni crisis, a lot of the houses were left with women-led households. Some of them had never worked before, and the assumption that if we just gave them money, they'll figure it out, they weren't even handling the financial resources in their households. So again, coming to that conversation, speaking to them and saying, okay, in this situation, what would be most practical for you? And most of them said, if we gather together, get some training on, maybe I want to be a tailor, I want to keep poultry, or even buy a tractor that we could then loan or rent to people, to farmers, then we could start having our own income. And so it's been really a privilege to be part of those conversations and really being able to influence. So I'm not just saying being there because of gender inclusion, but having the power and influence to make decisions and to allow this gender perspective to be represented in all responses. Thank you.
I appreciate it. That conversation, what has come out clearly is some of the soft skills that made her be in the level or position of influence and in a position to engage meaningfully. And skills are really important, and I've been in spaces where Ambassador Amolo, you have spoken so passionately about values and how young people should cultivate values in today's kind of field diplomacy to be effective diplomats in an increasingly complex world. And some of these mentorship values that you passionately talk about, just so to equip ourselves with them.
Thank you. Let me just jump on an important point that Ambassador Kituri raised. And it is, when there's strong men, women thrive. Because when there's strong men, we are able to accommodate women around us without feeling threatened. And that gives them an opportunity to thrive and to blossom. So if you look at institutions that heretofore have succeeded, you find that the strong men who are there give room for talent across the board. It doesn't have to be only women, but they definitely include women. So I'm happy that came up. And looking at my own career, definitely all the successes that we have seen in our diplomacy has come about where strong men give room for women to thrive. If you look at our leadership, from even when I was a junior diplomat in the 80s, with President Kibaki when I was appointed the first time, President Uhuru when I was in Nigeria, President Ruto. If you look at the way they've come close to addressing the place of women, you can see there's an apex thinking that is in order to give women room to breathe. Okay? And so I think that is in the books. What I think should be happening now is how do we because indeed some of us are Neanderthals and some of our cultures are inimical to women thriving. And that up to today, you find places where women cannot breathe, literally, to go out and have a drink, or not to drink. Well, you can drink uji na chai, so that's quite in order. But you need to have men in spaces that can do it. Now, let's go back to, you asked about values, you asked about what are the wherewithals of diplomacy. Number one, and I think that Tari raised it, formal education. Formal education. And it catches you very quickly. When I went to Nairobi University, there's my alma mater in the house, okay? When I went to Nairobi University, I joined in 1978. And if you look at that time, the people who went into college at that time were rural. And when they came into Nairobi the first time, my old roommate, sadly he's passed on, he came from a place called Chogogo in Nairobi. His first entrance into Nairobi was University of Nairobi. So the cultural adeptness that I had nurtured, Jamantana, Bigaraundi, Ndazote, Hakwanazo, Shona. So he came in, and then, because we'd been exposed differently, the schools we went to, when we went to for dinner or lunch or breakfast, he saw ketchup and he thought it was blood. Because in those days, by the way, in Nairobi University, we used to be treated very well. Sadly, I'm told it's not the case now, but at our time, we used to have breakfast, lunch, and dinner. We had ketchup, we had tomato sauce, I'm told. So, although you have formal education, there is an element of cultural literacy. Okay? This is why, in the olden days in European society, even African societies, the diplomats were always members of the nobility. Why? Because that's how they were raised. And if you look carefully, even today, how you raise your child, the people who say, please, thank you, may I, those are the people who seep in naturally into this workplace. Okay? So formal education, language, communication. Now, when we talk about communication, I would tell my youngest students, not students, the people who join the service, the attire of a diplomat is a dark suit, white shirt, and a tie. Okay? Well, I'm into a phase where I'm in an affirmative African narrative. That's why I'm happy to see Ambassador Kara dressed in African clothes. I do not begrudge you your wonderful suit at that time, but this is the way I comport, because I insist Africans have to be comport as Africans, to think like Africans. It doesn't mean that if I wear this, I cannot think creatively. So comportment is communication. How you're able to sell your idea creatively, which means you have to be able to speak legibly. And you should not struggle when you have an accent that comes from Southwest Mugirango, where I have relatives. Okay? That is how we speak. But they should hear you. They should hear you. Okay? And listening is also part of the communication. But I jump. What I really wanted to say was that in addition to formal education, you have to have an ability or an opportunity such as what IRSK has done and what KAS has done to cause a vital interaction. And thank you for QA. This should be structured. If you look at people who become engineers or lawyers, why is it that they take time and they're taught, this is how you eat, this is how you use your knife and fork? And I realized, by the way, that a lot of us who become diplomats are not encountered that way. Let me end by saying that the process, as Ambassador Mwenche said, you should not look at the destination. You should look at the journey. And in that journey, you'll be able to procure things that are of value. I will leave it there, but I have some thoughts about attachments, thoughts about including interns, how to make it part of the package of training diplomat. What you've done today with IRSK, it should now be in every university. Okay, thank you, QA. If this is what you've done, Nairobi University should have it, and so on. And then it should have exchange programs with universities out of Germany, out of Africa, and so on and so forth. So I leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, you are all speaking to very young diplomats. Some of them are graduates, very eager to step into these roles and opportunities that you have highlighted. Please take 2 minutes or 3 minutes to give advice, career trajectory, and any other motivation that you have for this young people in their own. Thank you. I'll start with you, Dr. Sabala.
Thank you. Just to say that, one, you must cultivate confidence in yourself. It is one thing to say you want this, but it's another different animal to be determined to get it. And I think self-belief that you are going to make it should be one of the cornerstone of your motivation. And looking at all of you here, you actually have something that makes you unique from others. I think you saw the two graduates speaking here, and I remember seeing them a few years ago, and I was wondering whether they're the ones, because they have this confidence to speak, they have this confidence to articulate issues, something that they have learned over time. And therefore, even you can do it, have your self-belief. But also, this has been touched a little bit, the question of communication. It is important to know how you communicate and have self-integrity, because these are very fundamentals. If you are sent for an attachment somewhere, it must occur to you that one, an opportunity can come through that pathway, two, an opportunity can also shut through that particular pathway. And finally, as students of diplomacy and international studies, one of the most important things to know is also to keep abreast with international affairs, so that people are looking at you and asking you what is happening in Iran, and you have completely no idea, then that will be wrong. You must be able to listen to different perspectives from different channels. There is no channel that is completely objective, but what you do, you listen to CNN, you listen to Sky News, you listen to Al Jazeera, and with the skills that you have gotten from the universities and so on, because we emphasize on critical thinking, I think you should be able to make sense even if you listen to both media houses. Thank you.
All right, so first of all, I want to recognize our intern. Please stand up, Faith. Faith is one of the 2 interns we have. We're trying to pilot our project to start having interns coming in and shadowing us in our work. And so this is actually for me, a pathway, a career pathway to it. And she can attest. When she did come the first day, I told her, you need to read, you need to be abreast of everything and anything that's going on. Because when you're communicating and discussing, you should know what is happening, right? So you should have, this plethora of information that allows you to have confidence that whenever you meet someone, if they're from another country, you probably know something, 1 or 2 things, so that you can engage. And that opens conversations and makes you memorable, right? So really, this is beyond gender. You need to just be able to know, to read, and also academics. I know there's a lot of conversations of, you don't have to have read or have a degree or whatever. But in this space, you actually do. You need to be able to show that you can think at another level, and that's why going through your first degree, maybe your second degree, maybe to your master's, and even your PhD demonstrates that you have something to bring to the table, right? So I'm also in school. I went back to do my PhD in international relations, because if I want to take that space, I also have to be an expert in that space. And I'll tell you one advice that I got from an ambassador, Ambassador Amina. She said, there's never going to be another time that women will take over. They went to Beijing. Most of you might not have been born then, but Beijing was the beginning of us coming into those spaces. I was too young, I didn't realize what impact that had. But now we're living post-Beijing, and this is the time women are saying, we're ready, we're at the apex of these institutions, but where are women? Academic qualifications are not setting you up, confidence issues, and so they don't know who to pick. But now that they're there, and these are women who struggled, they have broken the glass ceiling, they're calling us and telling us, step up to these places. Recently you saw the UN Secretary General appoint Ambassador Monica Chuma. She stepped up because she has the qualification and the credentials. So yes, it's one thing to be called and told, come women, come, and then we have nothing to bring to the table. So this is the time. Focus your time when you're in school to not just pass your grades, but to be excellent in it. Because that will also give you the confidence to be able to be there. And then for us as well, to be able to mentor. We want to mentor people who are also, investing in themselves. And so for me, my advice would be for you to be able to really take your time in university to learn from your lecturers. A lot of my lecturers are also personal friends. I go to forums like this, where even when I was younger, and I got to meet people who then also became professional mentors. And so don't shy away from titles. Walk up to people and say hi, introduce yourself, and who knows where it takes you. So all the best. Thank you.
Thank you. Three very quick points. I'll just build on what Professor, I'll take a slight trajectory. For diplomacy to succeed, for you as a diplomat, one of the areas you must really develop is knowledge. So there's the skills, there's the awareness, there's knowing, but there's actually knowing, especially in four very important areas. First, history. You must study the history of the world, understand the world. It helps. We as Kenyans tend to be very inward-looking. We tend to look at the world through our eyes and judge. But we need to have that consciousness to hold back and try and understand where the rest of the people are coming from in order for us to deal with them effectively. Let's understand the geopolitics of different regions, different areas. We need to have that first-hand knowledge. Let's have a good understanding of economics, and finally cultures. So those four areas are critical. You have to build your knowledge base in those areas. The second area is credibility and integrity. Diplomacy is always projected as people not being very straight or trying to go around dodging issues. But in truth, you'll be more successful as a diplomat when integrity and credibility precede you, when they go ahead with you. Because in areas especially peace building, conflict resolution, if you're known to have a certain reputation, then you're better off, you'll be more trusted in resolving the issues than one who has integrity that is questionable or lacks credibility. So that is key. Beginning now, it goes going forward. And then finally, approach diplomacy as a service. You'll be tested. There will be times when you want to give up. But if it is a service that you're providing back to society, to the country, to the community abroad, then you can withstand the troubles and trials that you face as a diplomat.
Makote. For me, number one, family. Let me repeat that. Family. As I sit here after 43 years in diplomacy, I think the only person who lives with me in Kenya is my daughter. The rest are all over the world. And you realize at some point, especially when you're pushing to best, that you're not investing enough in family. So number one, family. And number two, integrity. And integrity is aligned to brand. Ambassador Okara was telling me about my brand. There's a brand called Tomamolo brand, a brand called Amina Mohammed, there's a brand called Monica Juma, there's a brand. And if you sully that brand, you're finished. Number four, you have to really think about cultural literacy. Lazima uchanuke. And kuchanuka si ati unadigi unaenda madisco na nini. Lazima you know what's happening, that's knowledge. That means reading, that means going to school. In our time, by the way, you could get a job. I remember people in 1983, 82, just before the coup attempt, they used to come to Nairobi University and say, do you want a job? CGSK, East African Industry, CGSK. Yeah, people used to make choices. And at that time, there was only Nairobi University. Kenyatta wasn't there, Moi wasn't there. So we had choices. So going to school is a must. And when I say going to school, do not go and buy your degree. Somebody came to me when I was PDS and said, Balozi, no, haujapata PhD. Naweza kutengenezea moja, lakini kwako itakuwa ni 50,000. I said, get out of my office. Sadly, that individual made his way in our diplomacy, and yes, he actually made it somewhere. Affirmative African narrative. You have to be African. You cannot be a Choctaw, Muzungu, or an Arab, or you have to be African. Leads me to the point you're making about our history. How many of us know anything about Kenyan history? I was surprised my own daughter, maybe it's the schools we took them, had no clue about some bits of Kenyan history, but knew everything about Western European history. She could quote Magna Carta, she could. So, history, and that relates to knowledge. Finally, we cannot assume that we're here on our own. So you have to include, in a very important way, your spirituality. How you figure it out, and what's your purpose in this world? What do you want to do in a way that meshes with spirituality? And that relates also to integrity and so on. So thank you very much.
You know, there's this trend on TikTok where young people are saying, involve me. And now I want to involve you all. I want to involve you all for a Q&A session. If you have any question or contribution that you think is meaningful and will add value to this conversation, please feel free to do so. But do not start the presentation. Be brief. Start with your name, the institution you're coming from, the university or the organization. Protocol team, can I get a moving mic? Please raise your hand. Oh, there are so many. Wow. Okay. Let's get a moving mic. Start with the lady at the center. This is about women. So ladies come first, and then the men. Start with your name, your university or your organization that you represent, and be very brief to your question.
Okay, my name is Karen Karika Moriongi, an alumni from Strathmore University. So my question is, in order for you to be a diplomat in the global stage or international arena, is it a must for you to know a foreign language?
Thank you, that's a very good question. Let's get the gentleman at the back. There's two gentlemen at the back there. Okay, go for it.
Hello, my name is Alex Mwangi, student at the University of Nairobi International Studies and also a professional mediator. So my question is more on conflict resolution. So I am interested in the intersection between mediation and humanitarian diplomacy. So in your experience, Madam Cecilia, how can young professionals with mediation training contribute to humanitarian diplomacy and conflict prevention or resolution? Thank you.
Yes, another gentleman on your right, left, I think, yeah. Yes, please go for it.
Thank you very much. My name is Emmanuel Odhiambo, a student of International Relations and Diplomacy here at the Catholic University, but I'm also a law student from Unicaf University Zambia campus. I'll begin by a quote by the first president of Ghana, who said that, I quote, "I am not an African because I was born in Africa, but because Africa was born in me." And I'll direct my question first to Dr. Kizito. When it comes to academia and industry co-creation, usually we see that we tend to do a lot of research at campuses that don't really apply to industry problems. So what's your take on the way forward when it comes to research and real-world application? The next question I'll direct to Ambassador Amoro. When I make reference to the ICJ Barcelona Traction case of 1970, the obligations of ega omnes, which is Latin for obligation for states towards the international community. So I'd like to ask, what's your take on the role of diplomacy and how it's been equipped to ensure that state obligation remains centered to the international community? Thank you.
Thank you. Let's take more from that row, because we have taken from these two.
opportunity. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Kweka Yuyu Valentine, a law student at the University of Nairobi, and I would like to direct my question to Ambassador Anthony Okara. During his presentation on the panel, he talked about the growing recognition in diversity and how it is better to engage the youth. And my question is, we understand that the markets are very dynamic. In law, the market is dynamic. International relations, the market is dynamic. And even in any other profession. So my question is, with these dynamics, and we as youth who are getting there, we are required to have certain skills, we are required to have certain values, so that we can match the competency and keep up with these dynamics, so that as they are shifting, we are not left behind. So my question is, how can we as youth be able to match the dynamics so that we stay relevant and we are not left behind? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll take one more question. There's a very eager gentleman there. Yeah.
Hello, my name is Ian. I'm a student leader at the Catholic University of Eastern Africa. So my question goes to Ambassador Tom Amolo. So, Your Excellency Ambassador, so my question is, Your Excellency, today's world is rapidly changing with technology, digital diplomacy, and new global challenges. So young people often understand these changes quickly. In your view, how can diplomatic institutions better use the ideas and innovation of young diplomats while still benefiting from the experience and wisdom of senior diplomats? Thank you.
Thank you very much. We will take those questions for now and allow our panelists to address the questions we've asked. Thank you. Who will go first?
Thank you for those questions. I think for me, it demonstrates really attention to the presentation that are being made here. And I'm very, very proud of you guys for raising those important questions. Only one, the link between industry and the data. And I think it's a very important question that we are continuing to organize and gather around. And I want to say two things. One, if you are at the university, there is a tendency to always look outside there as an industry. And we forget that actually that university where you are is also another industry where after your completion of your studies, you can still be absorbed there. And I think I raised this question sometimes in the Senate, and everyone was like, we didn't see this opportunity. So there is that opportunity there. But the second one is to say that not everything that you learn in the school will be very important in your life. I think all of us were in primary school, there are things we learned. I used to hear platoon, Nika platoon. I walked around to see whether it is there, I've never come across it. So, not all those things are very important in life. But there are things that remain with you as you move forward. Today, what is happening in most universities is through curriculum review, there are now very deliberate efforts to ensure that the subjects being taught, the units being taught, are actually having the input from the industry. Last time we had a meeting and we were discussing this international relations, and we got people from the ministry, but also from international organizations to be able to help us. How do we fashion these international relations to make sure that actually it speaks to the market, not only international market, but also local market, and be able to serve the humanity, because that is where the point should go. So I think there are reforms going on within the curriculums to ensure that it speaks to the market, and also I think it is important to be very realistic to realize that not everything that we learn at the university will be very useful in the work.
Let me answer the question from the gentleman from Nairobi University regarding mediation. And so, okay, if we look at mediation and humanitarian diplomacy, and those who are interested in pursuing careers around that area, I think one of the two things that really stick out, and both our panelists here mentioned about integrity and reputation. So you want to attach yourself with organizations or institutions that are known to have good reputation and also have a lot of integrity. So looking at humanitarian diplomacy and in the scope of negotiating for access and for protection, especially in a very volatile world, I'll speak of the ICRC. We play a critical role, especially when parties to a conflict are sort of engaging in practices that contravene or violate the Geneva Conventions, and therefore it requires us to be part of those conversations when they're taking place. One being that we play an intermediary role. We play an intermediary role in conflict, meaning that as an organization, we're known for being neutral, meaning we don't take sides. We're impartial. We're looking at those who have been affected the most. We're also independent, meaning we're not influenced by organizations or by states or by people. And so that's a reputation that we've had over 164 years. And so it allows us then to come to the table and say, if we're negotiating, for example, for prisoners of war, we've done it in Gaza, we've done it in Yemen, then both parties to the conflict are able to trust that our humanitarian action will be very neutral, will be independent, out of influence, and that we'll be able to carry and conduct this work according to our fundamental principles. So reputation has always preceded us, integrity has also preceded us, because we're very predictable as an organization. And so if you're coming to a mediation table, especially in very hostile situations, you can imagine the discussions between Gaza and Israel, then they're saying, okay, we're not getting along, but there is an organization that's sitting here that maybe we could trust. So really anchoring yourself in organization, institutions, but also yourself, because we're also sending people who are going to have high integrity and a good reputation to negotiate and mediate for certain actions to take place, would really be one of the things that I would say could really contribute as you're looking at a career within that space. And again, back to knowing what is happening, understanding your geopolitics, understanding also where you may not fit as a mediator, maybe because of maybe your nationality or your affiliation or your own country's foreign policy. So you need to be aware of the dynamics that take place that allow you to be a good, not a spoiler in a mediation conversation. Thank you.
Maybe I'll pick two of the questions. I think those there was a question by Karen on the foreign language a must in international arena. Some of the questions I've touched them and I've referred to the tremendous experience I had. But I think what we learned, what we've been exchanging, there are a number of things that you need to be effective in diplomacy. And one of the things is understanding the culture of the people that you're engaging in. And I think it was Professor Nguadriamo who told us that the greatest custodian, the greatest hall of knowledge in the culture is the language of that culture. It keeps a lot of institutional memory in the language. And if you wish to communicate effectively to people, who you wish to see your point of view or to push your agenda, speaking in the language helps a lot. It unlocks better. And sometimes when you speak what you think is very clear, the language you understand, there could be a lot of misunderstanding by the recipients of what you're trying to communicate. And in this world of diplomacy, anything that you can do to get ahead, do it. Including building new skills, more languages, just do them. It helps a lot. There was a question on the role of diplomacy in set obligations. Again, I'll defer that to you. But I think diplomacy in trying to implement set obligations is the relationship between oxygen and being alive. The diplomacy is at the heart of it. There are other factors, of course, that come into play when you're trying to enforce set obligations. It's critical to understand how the state works, how it makes decisions, what critical matters that really persuade them, the role of international law in that country, what factors and who are the influences that can bring them on board. It helps that you who's trying to enforce this have a strong nation behind you or a strong coalition behind you, a strong bloc that can ensure these obligations are met. It's a tricky environment. And now we can see even more of it. When some of the more powerful nations go rogue, then it becomes very tricky. But it's something that you must continually look for solutions, factoring in all that. And that's why you need knowledge, you need plenty of research, you need intel, good intel that you can build on, and so on. But again, I think you have a lot of experience to bring on board. Then the final question I'll touch on is on the diversity and the skills for the youth. I think we've touched a lot on them today. There's a lot that Ambassador Molo mentioned and the professor, so I'll not go back to those. I'll simply add that perhaps in addition to all those useful points of information, that you as a person, one of the things, maybe building on culture, is your ability to then communicate. And one factor which he touched on was active listening. One of the first things I learned when I started this line was on active listening. Active listening is really engaging with the people that you're talking to. If they're talking to you, or doing other things, you're not engaging, there's no eye contact. Those little things can really distort what you're trying to do. All right? You need patience. Now, in terms of culture, learning the culture of others, which is key. There's one other culture that perhaps we can throw in, intergenerational cultures. How you process information as a youth is always different from how the other generations process information. And sometimes you may be impatient that this is the old ways of doing things, we need to move on, but then you'll not be effective. And there is a message I learned some time back, which I'll share with you, that being right is not enough. You must be effective. And at times, it requires patience to be effective. It may irritate you. This guy may be so hung up on traditions, on protocol, and you want to get to the point, but then you lose the person. So that's a skill you must learn. How do we get these older people to listen to us? How do we get them to understand what we're trying to do and say, so that we're then more effective? Those are skills that are critical as well in diplomacy, as in other parts of life.
Number one, language. Yes. When we graduated in 1983, we think English was enough. In fact, for me, my Kiswahili was quite bogus, but I managed to rev up. So language is a must. You have to have language. The German ambassador to Kenya speaks fluent Kiswahili, so does his deputies, and so on and so forth. For us, I mean, in Addis Ababa, the German ambassador speaks Amharic. Okay? In other foreign services, to go on a posting anywhere, like, for example, my best man in the US is a foreign service officer. When he was going to Croatia, I had to learn Croatian. So yes, language is a must. Number two, mediation training include, yes. In fact, for me, in addition to what Dr. has said, we need to find a way of legislating this inclusion, this mediation. So that, for example, when you're teaching kids, young people, you have to include the mediation training. Number three, again, you have to mesh training with actuals. In Germany, there's something they call Ausbildung. As you're going through the rigmaroles of reading books, there's practicals where you go out, you touch the things, the engines, you listen to, you have meetings and so on. So we have to have an Ausbildung in diplomacy. Number four, state obligations. For me, the world is mutating, but we also have to figure out who are we, who are the new powers. Because my feeling is, my argument is, we have to go back to basics and we have to rejig the international arena in a way that is palatable to us. Number five, look, guys, instead of just saying, this TikTok you do about dancing, get a niche in writing, influencing. Get Dr. Okara, Ambassador Kitui, Daktari himself. Madam, he said, I want to author a piece which I want to put in LinkedIn or in X magazine about this issue on state obligations. Write something and say, Badozi, so that you influence, don't just talk, don't just do videos. Get things which influence thoughts, okay? So write, polish your writing. The influence you have is not going to be knowing Tom Odo. It's going to be when people read what you've written. Number four, number five. Look, I'm hopeful that our diplomacy looks like Kenya. That we'll be able to see somebody who comes from West Mugirango, who comes from East Mugirango, who also comes from Sabaot or Gig. In fact, right now, I'm in a mentorship situation where the only graduate from the Ogig community is an architect. And he's got so many things around him. But how do we make that part of the output of Kenyan diplomacy, of African diplomacy? So we have to make it deliberate, and in my book, we have to legislate. But we have to lead from the front, which means there have to be champions. And those champions are old guys like us, Neanderthals like myself, young people like Ambassador Kara and Ambassador Kitui, and superpowers like that lady there. Thank you very much.
Please appreciate our panelists once more. This has been a very rich and informative discussion. You know, after the Gen Z revolution, many people will hear youth and they're like, oh my God, youth again? Because somehow we were associated with trouble. But now we are so very much welcomed into conversations that matter. And I think one of the most repetitive things that has been in this discussion is integrity. You must be a person of integrity, you must have communication skills, you must cultivate confidence, and other skills that are necessary for you, and also other career entry level that you could pursue. Unfortunately, that is the only time we had for today, but please feel free to engage our panelists after this day. I'm sure maybe they'll stick around. Feel free to engage them for further questions. It's been an honor and pleasure to moderate this session. My name is Eunice Wabuda, and as I wrap up this session, we will have a photo, and then I will give my panelists gifts for their time and for their meaningful contribution to the discussion. Thank you very much.
Well done, Eunice and the team. Done very well. I wish we had time to listen to President Tom with that rich experience, but because of time, you can continue interacting with the panel out there as we mingle. Thank you very much. We want to get into the next session. This was a very rich session. Diplomacy as a service is very key. We are told about integrity and knowledge, and I, as a student, you must pass well. not just passing, but passing well. That has been said. So, and the aspect of a continuous research as we do our work. And above all, God first. We must keep also God there. So the aspect of intellectual curiosity is very key, and issue of integrity. I don't want to summarize that, but it has come up very well. Now, we need to move, I say back to back. And we want to get to the next session, which is career pathway. A very interesting session, whereby the theme is diplomacy beyond the foreign service, perspectives from NGOs, private sector, and think tank spaces. This is a very interesting session for you. And I want to call upon Judy to come. Judy will be the moderator. Take the seat. Then I want to usher in Mr. Robert Njuma. Then Rosary Musena, Dennis Muniu, Edward Kakubu, Dr. Alfred Makosi. Kindly take the front. These are the panelists. Robert, Madam Rosary, Head Business and Production and Product Development, Gen Africa, Desmonio Foreign Policy Fellow, Global Center for Policy and Strategy, Edward Kakumu, Program Coordinator, Mzalendo Trust, then Alfred Makosi, Lecturer IR and Diplomacy, Kenya Methodist University. Those are the panelists. Kindly don't leave, we are still on, and it will be also very interesting. Remember, I talk about career pathway session. So, yes, Madam Roche, yes, I can see you. Now, I want to find out Robert is here? Robert? Then I think we are all in. So, we'll take another approximate 1 hour to go through this. Let it become more interactive so that we can gain more from this. So I want to welcome Judy to moderate the session. Judy.
Okay, thank you very much. So my name is Judy Mbogwa. I was part of that first cohort that graduated today. And I think that the first panel session was actually brilliant because it just builds on what we're about to talk about. So the world is increasingly changing, right? And diplomacy is no longer practiced in the foreign service. We have private sector, NGOs, and we also have think tanks that really influence foreign policy and international relations. And that is a conversation we want to have right now. We just want to understand, do we have the necessary skills for that? So I'll just start with a general question to my panelists. All of you have really just carved up careers for yourself outside the world of diplomacy. Looking back as a fourth-year student, what would you do differently? What would you say to a student who's just trying to figure out, what do I do? Yeah, we can start with you, Dennis.
Thank you very much. My name is Dennis Munio, a research fellow at the Global Center for Policy and Strategy. And it is both an honor and a privilege to be here. So this is a very important topic on beyond the foreign policy. What other career pathways exist for emerging professionals, but also students? For me, I'll speak to the think tank career pathway because I'm in the think tank space. So if I would write a letter to myself back in those days, one of the things that I would write is that I would develop my research and communication skills because I found them that research and policy analysis is very critical, not only in the think tank space, but other sectors such as the private sector and also in the foreign service career pathway. The second one is I would encourage myself to participate in these forums, in conferences, in workshops, in symposiums, because when you engage in these platforms, you are able to get the emerging debates to understand what are the new methodologies, but also it's very critical for building professional networks. And in research, networks are very key, because for research to be impactful, you have to know the right kind of people, but also you have to know how to package it. So my third recommendation that I would give to myself would be to apply for the different internships and the various vacancies that exist out there. Sometimes you might not have the requisite skills. Sometimes you are told you must have 2 years of experience. You don't have it, you are still in school. But this does not limit you from applying to this vacancy. So I would be more outgoing and also be more innovative. Thank you very much.
My name is Dr. Alfred Makosi. I lecture international relations and diplomacy at Kenya Methodist University. Assuming I was in fourth year. In fourth year, I was in Marcel University taking international relations and diplomacy in brackets with IT. First of all, I would take the bracket with IT very seriously. I took IR and diplomacy seriously, but not the IT part. The world is moving, IT is moving AI. A lot of conversations, a lot of things in diplomacy are now going into the technology world, and we're talking now about digital diplomacy. That's the first thing I would do. Second, I would network, especially that is a wish I had. Marcelo is on the other side of the country. You never have forums like this, you never have organizations such as CAS, FES, ISK, organizing such forums in the other city, Kisumu City. So I would attend more of these sessions to interact among my peers, because trust me, I graduated in 2016, but some of my peers are doing better than me, doing better than some of them, and we're able to lift each other up. And it's in this forum that you will find people in industry who are able to give you internships, attachments, whom you're able to collaborate just in case you decide to start your organization after you graduate. The last bit is, I think I would specialize as early as 4th year. There is power in specialization that I think we as Africans have not realized. I was in the US last year, and I realized that these guys started specializing very early. When they take diplomacy and IR, you find them in 3rd year or 4th year, they're just dealing with geopolitics or economic diplomacy or cultural diplomacy. Last year also hosted a fellow from Moscow Institute in Gimo at Kew University. And a Russian lady who is 21 years old, first time traveling to Kenya, she knows fluent Kiswahili. She's been trained to be a diplomat in East Africa. That means she's specializing very early in her career path. So there is power in specialization. I think the challenge with us, the path is never clear, and we want to try out different avenues. But as for me, ever since I graduated my master's, I've chosen to specialize. When it comes to diplomacy, I do elections, international relations observation, and diplomacy, and partly geopolitics. But going into the future, I'll choose one major pathway that I can be able to be an authority in. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Rosalind Lucera. I work with Gen Africa Asset Managers. That's a bit strange because that's typically the investment space. Really happy to be here. Now, as rightly put it, modern diplomacy has changed. It's no longer in embassies and sitting in Ministry of Foreign Affairs or sitting in government offices. It's now very present in boardrooms. We are seeing a lot of diplomatic discussions in research institutes, in think tanks, as my colleague has said, and therefore that landscape has really changed. Now, what I would tell my younger self then, because I thought diplomacy was, government, and you have to be in those circles, and you must be entrenched. For you to be a career diplomat, you must have worked in some ministry somewhere. That has now, for me, that has really changed to the extent that we are seeing the private sector really playing a very huge role in the IR and diplomatic space. And therefore, I would probably tell myself that enjoy what you're currently doing, because every scope has its own diplomatic energy in it. I'll give you an example of the space I'm in. I'm tasked to do regional expansion for my company. And that has made me travel in most countries in Africa just to look at, where can we set up shop as a Kenyan entity? Where can we engage? What kind of value addition am I giving my country? And having said that, there's a lot to learn. There's a lot of cultural differences that are there. There are a lot of policies that you must make sure they tally or they are in tandem with your country's policies. And diplomacy is not really now cut out for, when there's a hunger in a country or when there's a crisis. It's no longer that, because every other player is playing with that. So what I would like to encourage someone in the room who is probably wondering, what is she saying, is do what you're doing and have fun while doing it. I like the aspect that he brought out of exposure, travel a lot, experience other cultures, experience what's going on all over the world, and make sure by the time you're settling down to do what you love to do, that you scope out what diplomatic energy or what IR aspects are in it. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Edward Kakumo, a programs coordinator. Actually, I've just been, I'm moving into to becoming a programs manager. It's just been finalized a couple of days ago. So I'm still not yet familiar with the new title. But yeah, my name is Edward Kakumo, Programs Manager with Mzalendo Trust. Of course, Mzalendo Trust is not the fanciest name. It's very basic. Tunasema Mzalendo hapa Kenya. Mzalendo is basically patriot. And that's what we enhance. We are a parliamentary monitoring organization. And most of you might not be aware of the work that we do, but you can log on to the internet and probably will be speaking a bit later on it as I share my experiences as a program manager. How would I speak to my final year self? And a couple of things. And Judy, what has been mentioned here, I think has been conclusive. But I would like to mention a couple of things that have just run through my head right now. And the first thing is, most of you have research projects during that final year. And my thinking is that you can begin applying yourself. You're building your CV at this particular point. So as you're going towards your final year, look at it as you're now building a CV to get out there and get jobs. And so my thinking is that your CV is a starting point. What are you going to do to plug a gap in the international relations space? So that's how I would look at it. Next thing I would probably think of is your term papers are interesting things that you keep doing. And my idea will be to challenge you to, after you've done your term paper, maybe do blogs and articles that could be very interesting and offer opinion and insights to the larger space. So that's what I would share for now. But then maybe other things that have also been mentioned is networks. And I know, again, it has already been mentioned that networks, making networks, especially from schools that are in the periphery or just, for someone who doesn't know how to get along this space, might not be easy. But there are so many free forums that you can actually engage in. There was the People Dialogue Festival that just happened. So many interesting conversations were taking place there. How many of you attended such a session? It was free. It was just you walking in. It was in a very moderate space where probably most of us can access. So yeah, on virtual platforms, there are so many things that are happening there. I'm just wondering how many people, get onto the on virtual spaces and just look at what is happening around international relations. Right now, the discussion is Iran, Israel, US. What is your opinion on that? How are you, churning out different information along those lines? To be able to put your CV out there. So that's how I would think of it. Thank you, Judith.
Thank you very much. That was very interesting. So, we write all of these term papers and, essentially forming your own opinion. So, Daktari, let me also come to you. Like, you are responsible for training the next generation of professionals within international relations. And I know in the previous panel, there was that question about the disconnect between academia and practice. So, in your opinion, do you think the current, curricula is it tailor-made to ensure that students do know of all of these other things they can do with their degree, and how can we ensure that we make them aware of this?
I want we are at 50-50 in terms of implementing our curriculum into practice. I'm not a very old lecturer. I think I have 2 years experience in teaching. The other experience has been in practice, but now in practice in Parliament of Kenya. But one thing I think we must improve on as a country, and this is a best practice, I got it from the US, is that you realize when you look at the US system, the current advisors, the current secretaries who are in the Trump administration will get out when Trump has finished his term, and where will they be? We find them in Harvard, we find them in Stanford, and other universities around the US. And those who are now the Democrats, those who think liberal, are now in those universities teaching. And now when a Democrat is a president, they will now come in to serve. So we must have a connection between those who are in government and those who are in private practice, having a culture to hire those who are also in academia for some time, and those who are in academia to have an opportunity to present themselves. Not really full-time, even part-time, as in areas of governance and areas of practice. So that what you are teaching is, you are teaching from your experience as maybe a diplomat or a foreign service officer. You talk better and you talk better diplomatic protocol when somebody served as an ambassador or a protocol officer for some time, or maybe he has an experience in the same. So what we're just lacking is just that connection between how does somebody move from practice to academia as part-time or academia to practice. I think that is the issue.
Okay, thank you. Let me come to you, Rosine. So you're the head of business and product development at Gen Africa. And you sort of preempted this when you answered the question. So I just wanted to understand, in your day-to-day basis, how do you apply international relations? And then perhaps you could speak to us about, you've also maintained your networks within the international relations space. I do understand you're the vice chair of IRSK, so perhaps you could talk to us about that.
Well, thanks for that question. See, when I joined the financial space, I knew I was just dealing with money. I actually wanted to get rich at that time until I realized it takes a lot more to be wealthy in this country. So on a day-to-day basis, for me typically, I'll tell you like what's happening right now in the country. I mean, we haven't felt it yet, but the whole Iran, US, Israel madness is going to hit us very soon. So on a day-to-day basis, we have people who are monitoring the market. Why? Because we need to make investments where it matters. So sometimes we take advantage of situations and buy more. We'll sell later when the war has chilled out. We focus on our clients by understanding the market, understanding what, like almost preempting, what will they do next? And if they did this, where will it take the Nairobi Securities Exchange? Where will it take the New York Exchange? Where will it take the Dar es Salaam Exchange? So for us, it's an everyday business. And for me to be able to call my counterparts in Kigali or my counterparts in Kampala and say, how are things looking there? What are your oil prices right now? What are we looking at? And I find it so exciting because I think Africa has common problems. We almost behave and sound the same. We are always reactive, not proactive. And sometimes when you call people, they're like, it won't happen now. You chill. It won't happen now. Until when you're hit and you're saying, we should have taken a bet on that. So just to answer your question, I realized every day for me is every time you look at, say, a client and the way they want to grow in their money, they feel very comfortable knowing that you understand the market. There are a lot of investments in the country happening around private equity investments, around offshore investments. I see people every day chasing returns, but you know what you're chasing, all right? For example, I hear people saying, well, why are you giving me 15% and someone else is giving me 20%? It's because they are selling a return, but do you understand that return? Do you understand where they are invested? If you talk about offshore investing, it means we are investing in other countries. It's because we feel fundamentally strong about the investments that are happening in that country and therefore pumping money into them. So I live, I eat, I earn every day. It's just that it's backed up with finances, yeah? And being in IRSK, to be very honest, this has been an honor and a privilege. Because just by a click of a button, if I text and I say I need help, I find help from every corner of the world. Be it US, be it Moscow, be it, I have information at the tip of my hands. And for those who are transitioning from academia to now the corporate space, be in spaces like IRSK, you will find first-hand information, you'll find first-hand help in helping you navigate matters that you may not understand. So I really hope I've answered your question.
You have, thank you. And you talked about understanding markets and where to invest. And research comes to mind, right? So, Dennis, we hear the mention of think tanks in but I really don't think that most of us do actually understand what it means. So could you just describe to us what your day-to-day work as a policy fellow and as a researcher look like?
Thank you very much. So, think tanks are organizations that influence policy through research, advocacy, but also multi-stakeholder engagement. And part of my day is dedicated to policy analysis and research. So you have to scan the environment. What are the ongoing issues, not only at the national level, but also at the regional and international level. As some of the members have said, we have the issue of the Middle East conflict going on right now. So you have to look at what are some of the impacts that are going to affect our countries. Not only short term, but you also have to be strategic. What are the long-term impacts? Because you have to develop long-term solutions. So research is very important for informing data-driven policies. So that's where we come in. But also there is the issue of the disconnect between academia and also the industry. So think tanks act as a bridge between the industry and also the academia. This is through even the hosting of various policy dialogues where we bring experts from both ends. We have the people from government, we have people from the private sector, and also people from the academia. I remember we had an event on climate change, and we had to partner with Moi University. So this is one of the solutions that think tanks can provide in bridging that gap. There is also that issue of producing research. We don't just produce research just for the sake of it. You have to be intentional. What are we solving? Are they real world problems? And in terms of research, you have to package it so that it is easily consumable by the policymaker. Some of these policymakers are very busy, so you have to structure your briefs in a certain way. You have to structure your commentaries in a certain way, and this is where we bring in the inverted pyramid writing skill, where you begin with the conclusion, then you give the evidence, and now you can give the context later. Because by reading the first sentence, I just know what this policy brief is all about. So you have to package it well, and also you have to have the right channels to ensure that this research is meaningful. That's why as think tanks, we continue to collaborate with the various actors, including the private sector, government, and other agencies. Because most of the time, we find that if you do not have direct networks with the policymaker, it will be very difficult for your research to inform policy. So these are some of the perspectives that I bring into.
Thank you very much. So now I'll go to Edward. So non-governmental organizations are very important in international relations. They facilitate, for example, humanitarian work, as we had in the first panel. They even contribute to the formation and diffusion of norms, right? So just help us understand how working at Mzalendo looks like. And for a student who would want to venture into the NGO world, what are those skills that they should be cultivating at this point?
Thank you for the question, Judy. And maybe how I look at it is you can't run away from three things as students of international relations and as people who are moving towards the job sector. Three things are key. For me, writing, speaking, and research. I think my brother has just spoken to some of those. Writing, speaking, and research. Without those, you're in the wrong field. As you can see, most of the organizations up here are either producing something, in terms of research, or their policies, they are reading, they are speaking, they are writing. So those are the key tenets. Really, I tend to believe that as an international you should have at the back of your mind. And moving forward, trying to enrich those skills. At Izamendo, I do a couple of things. I do liaise with partners a lot. That is development partners, the people who give us grants, and as well as beneficiaries, so the people we actually look to change in the space with. Other things that I also do is development of concepts. So before you get a grant, you have to develop a couple of concepts. Before you hold an activity, you're supposed to do a couple of concepts. So the writing skill there comes out quite big. And then in the implementation of activities and programs and projects, again, it's more doing research. What area do you want to put your activities towards? You have to write a couple of documents and then collect reports as well. So the report writing is very handy. And then monitoring and evaluation of the activities. What is the impact that you're changing? How are you changing the space? And lastly, research. It can be your desk, it can be in the field. So again, having those skills, knowing how to utilize those skills very effectively is quite handy. So yeah, that on a day-to-day, that's what I do.
Thank you. Let's come to you, Lily. You talked to us about your daily work and how you practice international relations, and we're now moving away from just thinking diplomacy is just state institutions. So for a student, from a private sector perspective, what opportunities exist there, and what are the skills that they need to start cultivating?
Thank you for that question. Opportunities are many. When you think about engagement, when you think about connectivity, there is no industry, no space that deals in isolation. So once you really understand that every day it's all about connecting with people, it's about talking to people, it's about having an agenda. If you strongly feel about what you're doing, then you can find the space of IR or diplomacy in it. I'll give you an example of what's currently happening. I like speaking about what's happening in the country at the moment. Just the other day we had floods. I don't know how many of us swam in the waters, but it was everywhere. We could hardly get home, some of us, okay? But what does that say? What does that speak to our country? What does that speak to my conduct as a person? And I liked a video I saw on TikTok or something. Somebody said, showing that you're throwing papers, this is what you end up with, and this is what you swim in. Okay? So number one, we are players that affect outcomes. We must understand. So whichever direction you are in, whether you're doing commerce, whether you're doing business development, or BCom, which other courses are there? Engineering, regardless of what you're doing, how you appear, how you respond, how you connect is really going to determine the outcome. And outcomes are not, and you can practice diplomacy even in your own home. Even when you go home today, just attempt. You will see how people become responsive to how organized and how you critically think about things, how you look at, and I like the inverted pyramid direction where you look at, this is the end result. Okay, so let me work backwards. If I want to make people happy, then this is what I need to do. So to briefly answer the question, whether you are a farmer, an engineer, or you aspire to be a content creator, because now I believe that has become a career, regardless of what you're doing, there is a space of diplomacy and IR in everything that you do. So it's just for you to work backwards and ask yourself, based on what I have learned in my IR space, how can I then deploy some of these behaviors and characteristics? And maybe just to mention, some of the skills that I believe people in the room need to take seriously. One is on strategically communicating, being a strategic communicator. You must understand what the end result is and know how to get to that. Number two, negotiation and influence. We are not just negotiating things and when we walk away we are forgotten. We must negotiate aspects and matters and be able to provide some level of influence therein. Economic and financial literacy. You know, this is an area that I find very shocking. When I hear people saying that diaspora remittance has reached $1 billion plus and stuff like that, I wonder, do we really understand what that means? Yeah, even for those players who are out there, and I'm happy we are doing live stream so that I can pose questions, is do we really understand the impact of us even working elsewhere, how it impacts the country? We need to be more involved in what is happening in the country. So that aspect of economic and financial literacy for me is very critical. Cross-sector collaboration. How can I make my sector more productive by, you know, engaging with another sector? Let's not stay in isolation because we can always depend on another person or depend what do you call it? Like sort of rely on other sectors to be able to progress even much more. And then lastly, cultural and political awareness. that word political is not to be said in rooms, but this is a fact. We need to look at our culture, the politics we are driving, how is it affecting our diplomatic standing, our IR standing. We do not want to look like jokes when you're out there and people say, oh, are you people still fighting? Are you people doing? That's what we are known for. So we need to walk out of this room knowing that the cultural and political awareness that we demonstrate or instill out there really affects our careers in very many ways. So maybe that is something to ponder on. It can be as detailed as it can be. But I feel like IR is everywhere. It's everywhere. And if anyone who doesn't see it then does not become successful in their careers. And so we as IR and diplomatic students, we are at another level because up and above just understanding the basic areas of expertise we are in, we understand connectivity, we understand how to be impactful in our engagement.
Thank you so much. So Dennis, for a student who wants to pursue a career in think tanks, right? What is it that they can do during their campus days to probably build their profile?
That's a really nice question. One of the things that I would encourage us all is to start practicing writing early enough. As one of the panelists said, some of these research that we carry, it might be term papers, but also it might be the projects that we carry out at the 4th year level. I know of a researcher who did his master's on issues of counterterrorism, and he has built his career around that. So that's his brand. He's now a counterterrorism expert. So some of the issues that we write is just that you have to polish them a little bit, restructure them, and then you can leverage on your lecturers so that they can refine them, fine-tune them, and you can even submit to the various think tanks. I think think tanks usually have call for papers and also call for policy briefs. So with the help of your mentors, you can submit to this call for papers. The other issue is, one of the panelists said, built on it, is focusing on a niche area. IR is multidisciplinary. There are various fields. We have the IPE, we have the foreign policy, we have the transnational organized crimes. And in terms of structure, some of these organizations are categorized within the various aspects of IR. Like in the Global Center for Policy and Strategy, we have 5 pillars. One is on governance, the other one is on peace and security, foreign policy, transnational organized crimes. So once you specialize, it is very easy for you to transition to these established niche areas. The other one is, how do we leverage technology? You know, when I was in the university, I used to contribute to some opinion pieces in the gazettes. Sometimes I would even ask a question and I would be very happy about it, that they would post it there. So sometimes you have the email links for some of these local dailies but also international dailies. You can leverage on the various people that you know to fine tune it, and then you can submit it. And I'm also pursuing that career because once you write, you gain visibility. You don't know who is out there, who is reading your article, and they might be impressed and they would like to meet the person, and that's how you can find yourself in the think tank space. So it's like it's like head hunting, because once you write, you gain visibility, but the more you write, the more experience you have. I think sometimes I look back at my initial draft and I wonder what I was doing then. But it also signifies that in writing, there's growth. Also, don't be too hard on yourself. Accept that there will be positive criticism. I think the first paper was highly marked in red. And if you are in the research sector, you know that highlights in red means that you really have to improve on that paper. So accept the changes, be committed to continuous learning, and the issue of character, I have to emphasize it, because competency and capacity can get you the job, but character will help you maintain that job. So the issue of character, competency, and capacity go hand in hand. Thanks very much.
Okay, thank you so much. And I know that we are all learning a lot, because I just remembered younger me in university writing those term papers, and I didn't really understand why they were making us do that. So, Daktari, earlier in the panel, and also you spoke to the fact that there is that disconnect between academia and practice. But earlier in the previous panel, Dr. Sabala talked about us also not being aware that even these universities can actually absorb us. Talk to us about that.
Yes, despite the challenges that our higher education sector experiences, our universities can also play a very big role, especially in nurturing young professionals. We have universities that offer fellowships, especially universities abroad. They will ask, they will call out, advertise for fellowships, postgraduate fellowship, or when you've done your master's. Sometimes even after your undergraduate, they host fellows. And these fellowships are sometimes very structured in IR. For example, the International Fellowship, very structured in specifically international relations. You can look at it, it's hosted by Kimo, that is in Russia. Our universities can also be centers to develop future careers in academia. We have graduate assistants and assistant lecturers. Those who have just done maybe an undergrad, or you are doing a master's so that you can teach diploma and undergraduate. Lecturing is also a very good career. You get to inspire the next generation, you get to impact knowledge, you get to give people or your students power to read and write. And why I like lecturing is I am imagining my students in the next 10 years. Some of them will be doing better than me, or I will be doing better than them. but we will be able to connect, we'll be able, if they are new and they give me a consultancy. If it's where it's like Kenya Methodist, we have international students from South Sudan. When I land in South Sudan, I know I have Paul Kabiet, so he's able to take me to Salva Kiir or Riek Machar. So academia is a space where more often people tend to shy away from, but it calls upon patience, perseverance. Of course, in the Kenyan market, it is among professors are not very well paid. That's why you see most of them in the streets every year. But at the end of the day, you have to give yourself hope, and it is in the interests or it's in the passion that you have to see your students actually becoming better people. One day you teach a student about a theory, and the next time something is happening in the Middle East, and they are able to ask a question and ask if they can relate to that theory. I think they will be better when they graduate. Thank you.
Okay, I think now we're going to take questions. We're going to take a set of probably 3 questions first, and then we'll see how it goes. Okay, we'll start here, here, and up there. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Minette Mburu from the University of Nairobi. I have 2 questions. My first question goes to Dr. Alfred. In digital diplomacy, there are skills required to thrive in this pathway, and you mentioned that you would focus on IT if you were to go back to your younger self. So I would like to ask, in digital diplomacy, what type of skills would an international relations student need to have in order to thrive in that pathway? My second question goes to Ms. Roslyn. I'd like to ask, in terms of investments, because you work in the finance field, how would you advise a young youth who's maybe a graduate or starting early in their career to make wise investments that will help them to even be able to impact decisions in the international relations space, in the international finance space, even as they endeavor in their career? Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Emmanuel John Goro from Tangaza University, Institute of Philosophy, and as well studying peace and security in my final year. My question is to the panel, is there any of you can answer that one, is looking at the current situation now in these geopolitical tensions that are happening currently, and we see a lot of conflicts that are happening with most of these victims are youth who are facing all which are caused by mostly the elders who were supposed to mentor us positive. So what do you think could be the possible alternatives or the structures that should be implemented by the government or the international institutions to make such reforms possible in order for youth voices to be heard more clearly and elegantly to enact positive policies that will favor us and the future, because we are the future of this planet. Because if it's spoiling for us now, where will we end up in the future? Thank you.
Hello everyone, I am Masima Shaya. I'm Masima University alumni, graduated last year, Bachelor of Arts, International Relations, and Diplomacy with IT, and I have 2 questions. With the surge of fellowships revolving around
Finhas Moringi from Egerton University. Good afternoon. My question goes to Dr. Alfred. That what are the different ways you would do if you are starting your career today? Thank you. What are your different ways you would do if you are starting your career today?
Thank you for those wonderful questions. I'll begin with the one on geopolitical tensions and the role of youth for the new voices to be heard. I think in these spaces, we have seen that the role of youth is more tokenistic. Yes, there are the youth councils, but they do not have the real power to influence decision. So, one of the ways that we can restructure this is the institutionalization of some of these initiatives, like the Young Diplomats Fellows. And in the think tank world, you bring now the fellows to talk to the policymakers. And one of the ways that think tanks are promoted is, I work in a think tank, but the person above me is a former diplomat. Sometimes they tell me that this is the way to go, but I also challenge them. You also have to challenge them, but also knock on doors. I hope I have partially answered that one. And on to the next question. Are the corporates in competition with the traditional actors such as the foreign service? Sometimes this is one of the aspects that comes up even when you are hosting conferences with various actors. I think at the beginning of this year we had two events, one with the Japan Embassy and the other one with the Indian High Commission. And some of these questions emerge. Are we competing with the foreign service, or are we complementing their initiatives? So I think what we bring, the way you frame is very critical. So you are framing us to come out clearly that you are not in competition, but you are complementing their efforts. And in complementing their efforts, you also have to reduce the cost of some of these initiatives, because putting some of these dialogues is costly, but now you have to find a way of framing it, but also involving them as well. Thank you.
I think I'll respond to three questions, two directed to me and one general question. The first question is about the skills we require in digital diplomacy. Since it's digital diplomacy, I think the most essential skill is IT skills. You must know how to operate the IT gadgets and know how they operate, know how to and how they. And in speaking to this, you will find a lot of conversations right now around AI colonialism. The global south trying to analyze the impact of AI in Africa and in other continents where AI is not developed. Look at institutions like OpenAI, ChatGPT. They are Western-based. What impact do they have in our societies? And we have a couple of conferences, a couple of research, a couple of even think tanks and institutions that are geared towards advocating for a global AI policy. So that would be something that should interest you. And speaking also in digital diplomacy, even in our different careers, digital skills or IT skills apply directly. You must have something called strategic adaptability. I was not a very good fan of TikTok last year, but this year there was somebody who made me go follow TikTok. Somebody called Yamek. He's a Nigerian guy who analyzes geopolitics. And if they say that TikTok you can monetize content on TikTok, I think he's one of the guys who now use young on YouTube on predicting history. He's a lecturer in China. He predicted that US will invade Iran either in 2026 and 2027. And daily, on a daily basis, he's churning out content on how the conflict in the Middle East, the direction it will take, and the direction it will not take. Answering the second question about youth, I tend to disagree with the policies that advocate for youth quotas. What do I mean for youth quotas? In political parties, you hear things like two-third gender rule, or these are spaces for youth, or in industry here that these positions are reserved for youth. This tends to isolate youth in pursuing positions that they can have impact in. And this is historical. You can look at the age of Prime Minister Netanyahu. When he was 32, he was the Israeli ambassador at the UN. Look at Dedan Timothy. While he was fighting the white man, he was around 2030. Even Jesus Christ ended his mission at 33. So it means that when they isolate us to a corner, we are not able to think outside the box on how to get the senior. I believe the young people I see here can serve as diplomats in very senior positions, and they do as well. So we are not saying that we want all the positions. We are saying that we must have a blend where we have a youth that has a skill. You must be able to come out and project your skill in whichever sector, be it in governance, be it in academia, be it in policy. So we must have that culture of coming out and letting out people know that we can do whatever we want to do. The third question is what would I do different if I was starting my career today? I think I would specialize. I would specialize. I took some time to do politics, local politics. That was around 6 years. Although it enabled me to pursue my master's and PhD, but I tend to think that if I would start a career in diplomacy in terms of academia, I would be much better in 2026. Thank you.
Now, I'll answer the question she mentioned and maybe touch a bit on what someone else also raised. But, you know, when it comes to matters finances, being in this space was how do I encourage young people to begin preparing for this? The kind of picture I want to give you is this. Why are these countries in the Middle East fighting? At the end of the day, it's money, it's wealth, isn't it? So if you're going to be in these spaces and you yourself do not know how to organize your own money, then you can imagine what kind of decisions you'll be making. So I would encourage anyone who, and really it's just for any young person, that if you're going to build a future, if you're going to build a career, then money is something that you also must ask yourself, what is my relationship with money? There are people whose relationship with money is really bad. Akipata pesa leo ni Friday, I mean, you can imagine, you can guess, that your guess is as good as mine, all right? So, and if you're in these spaces, how you conduct yourself around money is very important. So one, you must really be sure or aware of what opportunities are available for you as a young person in the finance space. There's a lot going on. We saw the other day, Safaricom through ZD Trader, you can now invest in the stock market. The other day, we also saw, not the other day, I think a few years ago, we also saw the central bank trying to tell you that you can now buy a bond through your phone. Those are opportunities that I think are not very high tickets, that I think with your pocket money here and there, instead of impressing some woman who or young man who will not be featured in your life in future, you can invest in your future, isn't it? So you must understand what is available for you in terms of investment opportunities, so that tomorrow, if you are sent to head a delegation to discuss discuss climate change, you don't come back here and tell us that half of your budget is to sit in meetings in hotel rooms deliberating on how a tree can be planted. You should be out there planting those trees, isn't it? Because if you do not know how to manage money, then a lot, and that's what I see these days, a lot of meetings in hotels, yet those monies can actually go into actual work. Yeah? So we can make a difference because we understand how to deal with money. On whether the private sector is competing with the traditional setup that is there, the truth of the matter is this. Governments or generally governments have realized that they cannot operate in isolation. The private sector is really a force to reckon. And a lot of innovation, a lot of productivity is carried out in the private sector. So that is a phenomenon that will continue for a long time. And that's why it is important for us to find our space in those private sector areas so that we can begin positioning ourselves as a bridge. I'm not saying now you go there as a think tank. If you're hired, you behave yourself. You go and present papers that can be able to bridge the gap that my colleague talked about. And I agree with him fully. There is a gap between academia and what is actually happening in the ground. And if think tanks can be able to then demystify that and be able to bring these two entities together, then that's where the space is for any young person to operate in and to bring tangible ideas and you don't have to be hired. Start entities and companies that become the bridge between private sector, government, and say, I am the entity that understands you too. And I can be able to then do what the two of you can't. Okay? Thank you.
I don't believe I got a question. And our moderator also didn't ask me the third question. So I don't know whether to answer any questions or not, but I would want to share a story about myself. And I quickly just want to say that Ayanami used to be very vibrant in speaking. I wanted to speak a lot. At the time, I became an intern at an organization called National Democratic Institute. And that was a serious platform for me because it gave me the platform to engage with political parties, with parliamentarians, with various actors. You might not know this, but CAS is actually an affiliate of a German political party. NDI, which I was part of, is also an affiliate of political parties. So what I would like to urge you is that normally most sessions tell us that you need to be neutral as an international relations practitioner, but I believe there's a space there where you need to engage with some of these political actors in a very neutral, moderate way without expressing strong views. And I believe that can build actually your future while interacting with such organizations. I will quickly also share another story around my journey also as an international relations practitioner. And what I can tell you is this. I started off doing my term papers around Somalia. And I really wanted to interact with Somalia. I actually wanted to go to Somalia. But those times, back in the day, I'm a bit old, back in the day, the interaction with Somalia was a bit tricky, so we couldn't go there. At NDI, so at school, I did term papers on Somalia. Then I joined an organization that had another outfit within the organization. So NDI had a Kenyan program, and a Somali program. So I will always find myself, connecting with the Somalia team in Kenya. And from that, it inspired me to start interacting a bit more, wanting to understand the policies that are in Somalia, engaging just with the citizens and especially those ones that are in the country, and learning more about the culture in Somalia. And what it drove me to actually a space where I joined an organization called Somali One, which was a small organization, as she said, someone set up to try and change the scope of Somalia. And I did about 10 years of work. And later on, my journey still drove me to wanting to go to Somalia. So I joined the Zalendo Trust. And in the interview, I had received 3 offers from 3 other organizations. But in the interview that I got to, the country director of the Zalendo Trust actually told me there's a Somali program and I can see you have a lot of interest in Somali work. And she told me in this particular program, we'll be training members of parliament of Somalia. We'll be training civil society in Somalia. That will be of interest, of any interest to you. And for me, I jumped, I forgot that all the 3 other offers were on the table, and I actually jumped to the gun that I wanted to work with the Somali program. So over the last 3 years, I've been working in Somalia, I've been going to Somalia, interacting with members of parliament from Somalia, building their capacity as oversight, as the oversight body of Somalia. And I want to keep doing that kind of work. I know currently there are also, not in good terms in terms of the constitution. There's a constitution that has been signed. Some of the entities within Somalia are interested. So, in a long story short, what I'm trying to say is that find a country of interest. You don't need to learn the language, but at least understand the dynamics so that you're able to be conversant with that kind of work. And when an opportunity rises, please rise to the occasion so that you're able to interact with that. A couple of questions that I also had. I don't know whether the question for the peace guy was answered around global tensions, global geopolitical tensions in the country. And what I would also say about that particular aspect is the political space is full of, the international political space is full of, I don't know whether to say this is this bad, but there is always bad blood, money, but then there's also bad blood between leaders. Yeah, I think you have seen it in our current, in the politics in the country. So these people, that's how they interact. And what I can tell you is some can say, sanctions are an ideal way to go about this. I don't feel like sanctions really play a big role. Yes, they might, but not a big. But I will turn the question to you and ask you, do a bit more research on it. I know there's various platforms where you can interact. I know social media can be a platform for you to advocate around what is happening, in the geopolitical space. But do a bit of more research on how, as youth in this current space, how you can inform international politics and make peace, make sustainable peace in this country. SDGs could be a starting point. What is the SDG number around this? What can we do about it? It talks about partnerships. So building partnerships could be an idea that you can actually plug into. And then, but I also heed a warning, yeah? And the warning is this: as you go out there and speak about, share your opinions, be very careful about how you share your opinions, because the international space and the social media or internet environment space does not forget. So whatever you put out there can actually come back to harm you. So I would argue, and Gen Zs, you're very disruptive. Just make sure as you share your as you share your views, they are not very strong. Try and become a bit more moderate and do proper research. Express yourself in a manner that can build you, not destroy you. Yeah. So that's what you can share. Be very factual. Become experts rather than disruptors. Yeah. There's another question that I think was asked by a lady up there. I can't remember the name. Around in foreign service, are we as private sector competing with government and in the foreign service? And I can tell you this: there are some true diplomats. The true diplomats we know are from the embassies. They're from government, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, regional bodies. Those are the true diplomats. Us others are just one diplomats, yeah. But you are also very important in the space. If you there's a subject I think Sabala may tell you this, but Professor Sabala and also Professor here. Actors, there are various actors in the international space. There are state actors, there are non-state actors, and some various actors, various other actors. What I can tell you is each and every actor plays a role, including the individual plays a role. So there's a space for you to play. We can't all fit into this true diplomats kind of space, yeah. But you have a role to play as international relations players, practitioners, students. There's a role, there's a place for us to fit in. And I want to speak quickly around what Internet does. And we are a parliamentary monitoring organization, and we leverage a lot on what is happening in the global space, borrowing some of the civic tech solutions and trying to bring them into the country so that we can actually interact with them. This includes, social media, so we do live tweeting of what is happening in the parliament. We do, our website is currently one of the best in terms of, monitoring the performance of MPs. We utilize the platform to, some AI within the platform to, what is it called? This name, where we look at social media, collect data around what MPs are doing and connecting it into one space so that it's a one-stop shop for you to look at the performance of your own MP and then give insights on whether you want to remove that MP or just share your interest about it. What you can do is this: go to www.mizanendo.com and there's a space where you can track your MP, interact with it, and then let me know. These are some of the measures that you can utilize, global learning. And I'm just about finished. One last point. So we also convene a space, an African parliamentary monitoring space. And this space is basically just to share cross-learnings across what is happening in Kenya, in the Parliament of Kenya, as well as receiving information and data, and also doing indexes, African indexes on how the performance of our parliaments are doing. As I conclude, this is the last point, is just to say this, and that point has just gone, but this is the point to the ladies is we can't all fit into the true diplomat space, but you're still a diplomat. There's a role that you have to play, and you have to play it. There are so many opportunities for grants that are always being put out there. Start your organization, create a traction for that organization, apply for some of those grants, and start implementing. And I think that's the way that you will make the world a safer place, including the various disciplines that have already been spoken about. So I'd like to end that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, I do know there's also time to interact. Please feel free to talk to our panelists after the session. So right now we're just going to take a photo.
So thank you very much for that session. Sorry that we have to rush Mzalendo first. A lot of everybody can interact with you after. So I think let's appreciate the good work. So they will take the photo, but key thing, what I can say is that diplomacy discourse is fast changing and must continue. And challenge us as scholars, students, when we are doing our research. Remember, research is supposed to offer solutions. Let's look at topics which can also help us in future. And the issue of character has come up. So thank you very much. Let's appreciate the immediately. We are almost getting there. So we are now having the last session. We take less than 20 minutes so that we can wind up. We need to have this networking session whereby we network as we take lunch. So I would like to call upon the following. Eva, out, come to the front for the closing now ceremony. Then Patricia. Mr. Muruge Obonyo, the incoming CEO of International Relations Society of Kenya. Dr. Jonathan Obucheshi from Catholic University. His sister Rose around. So let's appreciate them as they come. Now we are closing that so that we can still have time. After they give vote of thanks, I'll make some announcements. So, Patricia, Mr. Okot, Program Coordinator Conrad, and I'm see only is Obonyo and Dr. Jonathan. I think I can say that. I would like to give the chance to Mr. Obonyo, the incoming CEO of International Relations Society of Kenya, to give his vote of thanks. Then we have Dr. Jonathan doing that. Then I don't know Father Kosgei, his father around.
Good afternoon, everyone. The afternoon session, as well as the part, was a brilliant session, so I'd like to keep it brief. Now, as you have heard, my name is Moronge Obonyo, and I'm the incoming CEO of RSK. It is my pleasure to be here to deliver this vote of thanks on behalf of the International Relations Society of Kenya. There's always a rumor or I'm trying to look for the word. Around Friday the 13th, but good things can happen on Friday the 13th, such as such events. So I would like firstly to thank the Indonesian embassy, and in particular the ambassador and the team that came here in the morning to grace this occasion and deliver a keynote address. Secondly, I would also like to thank Ambassador Erastus Moisha, the former Deputy Chair of the African Union Commission, for taking time out of his busy schedule to be here with us. I must also thank Conrad and Noah Stiftung for being a partner of IRSK, as well as Catholic University and the International Relations Students Association of Kenya in this journey. I would also like to thank the Catholic University of Eastern Africa community for hosting us for this event, not just for this year, but also for the past 2 years in which we have had this event, and we do hope that this is a partnership that will continue. I would also wish to thank the International Relations Students Association of Kenya, who have also been a part of this event, and indeed this partnership started from
the then leadership of the International Relations Students Association of Kenya and IRSK. And finally, I must also thank all the attendees and all the panelists to be here today for taking time out of their busy schedules to be here to this occasion. Of course, this event will not be what it is without the audience yourselves. So we can give ourselves a clap for that and for everyone else. And thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bonyo. And I want to call upon Patricia.
Allow me to stand on the already recognized protocol. Good afternoon. My name is Moke Mwendwa. I am the chairperson of the International Relations Students Association of Kenya, Kwea chapter, and Karibuni Sana Kwea. So I would like to just give a few remarks on behalf of the students and the young diplomats. It is a true honor to stand before you today, and I'm really so grateful for everyone who's shown up today. And the theme before us was very powerful: youth in diplomacy, creating sustainable solutions. And I must admit, when I first read this theme, I felt a spark of excitement, but I also felt some little but very existent frustration. And I want to start my address by speaking to that frustration directly. For as long as I can remember, we have been told a story. It's a comfortable story, a very patient story, and it goes like this. You're the leaders of tomorrow. You are the future. And I stand here today representing the students of Kwea and the vibrant, ambitious youth of Kenya, particularly those in this room, the young and incoming diplomats, to say respectfully, we are tired of being the future. We are now. The challenges we face, from climate change to economic inequality, geopolitical instability, all those problems have come to your head right now. They are not future problems. They are not problems of the distant future. They are the reality we have right now. And the solutions cannot wait for some distant future when we have woods and our stripes. We are not just beneficiaries of future peace, we are the architects of present action. We see this often in the discourse around inclusion. We are invited to conferences, given a seat at the very back of the room. Our photos are taken for social media, and our presence is celebrated as a sign of progress. But then, when the real conversations begin, when decisions are made, our voices are not solicited, and our ideas are dismissed. And this brings me to a truth we must all confront today. Visibility without voice is just performative action. Being seen is not the same as being heard. Inclusion is not a photo opportunity. It is a fundamental shift in power dynamics. It is the active, intentional, and consistent efforts to ensure that young people are not just in the room, but that our perspective shape the outcome of the conversations. I dream of a world, and I do believe that you can actually build it. A world where young people aren't just invited to the table as a symbolic gesture. I dream of a world where when we speak, people listen. And not because they are doing us a favor, not because of a quota, and not because it's a privilege or something, but because we have earned it. Do you believe we've earned it? We earn it through our education, our relentless energy. I mean, we've taken the time to come here. Our innovative thinking and our unique lived experience of the very problems the world is trying to solve. To the mentors here, to the diplomats, the career professionals in this room, we are not asking for a handout. We are asking for partnership. We are asking you to see us as co-creators of sustainable solutions. Mentor us, yes. Guide us, absolutely, but then trust us. Give us the resources, the platforms, and the autonomy to act. And to my fellow students, to the young incoming diplomats here today, This is a call to action. If we demand a seat at the table, we must come prepared. We must be so well informed, so articulate, and so solution-oriented that our value is undeniable. My charge to you is this: be outgoing, be involved, engage in your communities, debate your ideas fiercely, volunteer for causes you believe in, and understand the mechanics of diplomacy and governance from the grassroots up. When you finally do get to the tables, because I believe you're going to get to the table, make it expandable so that we won't keep talking about inclusion. Let us be students, not just of international relations, but of reality on the ground for the better of Kenya and the world. And here is the most critical part. When we do get these positions, we must remember the frustration of being unheard. We must ensure that we make decisions and craft policies, and we don't do it just for our own glory, but for the better of our society. Let us move together from visibility to voice, from performance to genuine partnership, and from being the leaders of tomorrow to being the solution drivers of today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Patricia. Have a seat. I want to call upon Dr. Jonathan, who will give the final vote of members.
Good afternoon. I take this opportunity to thank several persons and groups who have been able to enable this event. And the first person is Ms. Eva Okot, that is the program coordinator, CAS Kenya. Thank you very much for partnering with the Catholic University and RSK to host this event. Then, of course, also the International Relations Field Association of Kenya, the larger group, and of course the choir chapter, and of course the chapter in the various institutions here represented. Thank you very much, because without you guys being present here, the event could not have kicked off. And it takes organization for you to move from various institutions to this place. Also, thank you to your lecturers and, of course, the administration in the various institutions for facilitating you or enabling you to be here. Then also to the outgoing CEO of the IRSK, Mr. Lenny Wanyama. Thank you for introducing this event when we started in 2014. We only knew we could get better, and I'm sure it has gotten better. And the incoming CEO, Mr. Morongo Obonyo, we only promise you commitment and support to ensuring that it goes forward. I also want to recognize Sister Rose, that is the coordinator of the Careers Office in the Catholic University, for the support in trying to organize this event, and to the larger Catholic University fraternity, the Dean Faculty of Arts and Social Sciences, for the support, our HOD here, Dr. Sankale, the university led by the Vice Chancellor, and of course the team that was here in the morning. We also want to recognize for the organization of this space, the security. I'm sure you haven't had any bad incidents around, so we have Mr. Msao and team for the coordination and ensuring that everything goes well. And I believe as we come to the end, and as we network, you have been able to enjoy choir. Is that the case? Najua mko njaa, but is that the case? And last but not least, to yourselves. So please clap for yourselves. We are happy that you are here and you are still here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Jonathan. I want to make some few announcements as we come to almost the end of this forum. One is about the lunch. Meals cards will be issued at 3 exit points. The 2 main exit doors, or rather the 2 main doors there, and entrance door.
and the exit door to the right of where you're sitting. And the right will be there. Because this is my right, your right is there. Those who are issued meal cards for tea but did not use them, and you still have them, you must exit the hall first so that you proceed for service area. And I want to emphasize there are those who are given the cards in the morning and never use that. So we want you to exit because you still have the cards. You'll be the first to proceed to the serving. Then the other one is no one will be served lunch without a meal card. So ensure before you leave the hall, you have a meal card. VIP service at the first floor of the cafeteria, and students will be on the ground floor of the cafeteria. Kindly follow those instructions to avoid you being kind of mishandled or rather missing. And remember again, we have got those food trucks. They are there, and you can also be able to grab something there and be able to eat. So, having said that, I want also to thank you all for the commitment, being here, and even skipping your lunch to listen to us. I really appreciate that kind of concentration. When I compare what we had last year today, I think the crowd is quite orderly, and I appreciate. We hope that next year we'll have even a better kind of a forum. I would like to call upon one student to give to pray for us, pray for that food, so that after that now studio will give us the first stanza of national anthem and also the South African anthem. So Patricia, maybe could be upstanding for the prayer, then for the national anthem.
In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen. We thank you, Lord, for everything that you've achieved so far. We thank you that you called upon your name as you began and you answered. We thank you for all the speakers who've been with us, all the words they've given us. We pray that they may benefit us. We ask that, Lord, you may bless us as we continue in this path of diplomacy, that you may continue lighting our path. And above all, we do ask that you will be done upon our lives. As we go, we're going to have our meals. We pray that you may bless them and bless us. And we ask that, Lord, in whatever we do, we forever glorify you. In Jesus' name we pray and believe. Amen. In the name of the Father.
Thank you, studio, national anthem. Thank you very much. As you go back to institutions, pass our love from the Catholic University of South Africa. We love you and come again.
Let's follow that as we move. The way I said, meal card at both sides, and also the other exit door. So thank you very much.